Indeed, it underscores just how much these UN conferences have achieved in recent decades. Without them, we would be headed for close to 5 degrees of warming, an open and shut death sentence for our species. We're currently headed for just under 3 degrees. This still equates to mass human suffering, which is why COP28 needed to move the needle further. The global stocktake showed us clearly that progress is not fast enough, but undeniably it is gathering pace. I firmly believe this is because the political and economic logic is increasingly insurmountable. Human lives in huge numbers are being lost in every country, while fossil fuels hit household budgets and national budgets alike. Whilst there are vast benefits of bolder climate action, more security, stability and protection for 8 billion people, more jobs, greater economic growth, less pollution and better health, more empowerment of women as powerful agents of change, more harnessing of nature and its best custodians. Which brings me to what comes next. This is very clear. We must get on with the job of putting the Paris Agreement to full work. In early 2025, countries must deliver new nationally determined contributions. Every single commitment on finance, adaptation and mitigation must bring us in line with a 1.5 degree world. Countries must prepare and submit their first ever biennial transparency reports by the end of next year. As UN climate change, we will keep working to improve the process and help parties go further, faster and fairer. I want to pay tribute to all my colleagues at UN Climate Change for their unfailing professionalism and commitment. Colleagues, I thank you for doing everything possible to keep us on the straight and narrow, and always with one eye on our planet, quite literally around the clock. Delegates, you deserve the support you need to have all information, facts and facilities available in a good working order. So allow me to also flag that UN climate change is now creaking under the weight of mandated processes and work streams. Through the first global stocktake, many parties called for various work programs, bodies, processes and stakeholders to immediately step up their support in response to the GST outcome, helping enable more ambition and implementation of NDCs. Our budget is currently less than half funded, and so I ask you to address this. Otherwise, it will be impossible to fulfill parties' core requirements and expanded demands going forward. My final message is to ordinary people everywhere, raising their voices for change. Every one of you is making a real difference. In the crucial coming years, your voices and determination will be more important than ever. So I urge you never to relent. Delegates, friends, we are still in this race. We will be with you every single step of the way. I thank you. Shukran.
Thank you, Simon. I see parties have requested the floor. May I ask your indulgence to allow me to first adopt other key decisions, then I will give you the floor. I thank you for your understanding. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 5, Work Programme on Just Transition Pathways referred to in the relevant paragraphs of Decision 1/CMA.4. At their plenary meetings on 6 December, the subsidiary bodies forwarded this matter for further guidance. I requested Marianne Carlson and Simon Cardy to undertake consultations on my behalf to conclude the work. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Work Programme on Just Transition Pathways referred to in the relevant paragraphs of Decision 1/CMA.4 contained in document FCCMA/PA/CMA/2023/L.14. Hearing no objections. Okay. I propose this work program is referred to as the UAE Just Transition Work Program. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 6, Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Program referred in Decision 4/CMA.4. At their plenary meetings on 6 December, the subsidiary bodies forwarded this matter for further guidance. I requested Carlos Fuller and Kay Harrison to undertake consultations on my behalf to conclude the work. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to mitigation were conducted by Her Excellency Minister Grace Fu and His Excellency Minister Aspen Barth-Aid. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Program referred in Decision 4/CMA.4 contained in document FCCP/PA/CMA/2023/L.16. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 8, Matters Relating to Adaptation, Sub-Items 8A, Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Programme on the Global Goal on Adaptation referred to in Decision 7/CMA.3. At their plenary meeting on 6 December, the subsidiary bodies forwarded this matter for further guidance. I requested the chairs of the subsidiary bodies to conduct consultations on my behalf on specific issues within the Global Goal on Adaptation. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to adaptation were conducted by Her Excellency Minister Maysa Rojas and Her Excellency Minister Jennifer McAllister. I invite the CMA to adopt draft decision entitled Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Programme on the Global Goal on Adaptation referred to in Decision 7/CMA.3 contained in document FCCP/PA/CMA/2023/L.18. I invite the CMA to adopt draft decision entitled Presidency Youth Climate Champion as contained in FCCP/13/L.13/CMA.2023/L.15. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I propose to call the decisions we have adopted: the Loss and Damage Funding Arrangement and Fund, the Global Stocktake, the Work Programme on Just Transition, the Mitigation Work Programme, Global Goal on Adaptation, Youth Climate Champion as the UAE Consensus. Allow me now to turn to the floor. I see a request from Samoa. Samoa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me thank you and your team, as well as the Secretariat, for all your hard work. We didn't want to interrupt the standing ovation when we came into the room, but we are a little confused about what happened. It seems that you just gavelled the decisions and the small island developing states were not in the room. We were working hard to coordinate the 39 small island states, developing states that are disproportionately affected by climate change, and so we were delayed in arriving here. So allow me, Mr. President, to deliver the statement that we were going to deliver before this text was adopted before us. EOSIS at the beginning of this COP had one objective: to ensure that 1.5 is safeguarded in a meaningful way. Our leaders and ministers have been clear. We cannot afford to return to our islands with the message that this process has failed us. This first GSD is of particular significance. It is the only GSD that matters for ensuring that we can still limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. The draft text you have presented to us contains many good elements. We see strong references to the science, complemented by a clear runway with milestones for strengthening party efforts to prepare and submit enhanced NDCs through to 2025. We also welcome the establishment of the Technology Implementation Programme. These elements are important. The questions we have considered as the Alliance of Small Island States is whether they are enough. Zoning in on paragraph 26 and 29 of this decision, we have come to the conclusion that the course correction that is needed has not been secured. We have made an incremental advancement over business as usual, when what we really needed is an exponential step change in our actions and support. Mr. President, in paragraph 26, we do not see any commitment or even an invitation from parties to peak emissions by 2025. We reference the science throughout the text and even in this paragraph, but then we refrain from an agreement to take the relevant action in order to act in line with what the science says we have to do. It is not enough for us to reference the science and then make agreements that ignore what the science is telling us we need to do. This is not an approach that we should be asked to defend. Mr. President, on paragraph 28, we are exceptionally concerned that this does not do what we need. In subpara 28D, the exclusive focus on energy systems is disappointing. We are concerned that paragraphs 28E and H potentially take us backward rather than forward. In subpara E, we are being asked to endorse technologies that could result in actions that undermine our efforts. In subpara H, we see a litany of loopholes. It doesn't deliver on a subsidy phase-out, and it doesn't advance us beyond the status quo. Mr. President, on paragraph 11, we have requested repeatedly that this be moved to the preamble to be in line with the Paris Agreement. We do not want to renegotiate the Paris Agreement. This reasonable request has been ignored. We do not consider para 11 to have any effect on the obligations and benefits contained in the Paris Agreement and Convention on the Special Circumstances of the CITs and LDCs. Mr. President, we must leave here with a set of decisions that meet the magnitude of the climate crisis, that meet the expectations that the world has of us, and that meet what is needed to secure the future of the coming generations. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Samoa. We understand your concern and we take note of your statement and will reflect it in this report. On the 7th review of the financial mechanism, Ambassador Tosi Mapano conducted consultations on my behalf on the way forward regarding the proposal from the United States on the 7th review of the financial mechanism. I will turn back to the floor. Pakistan, you have the floor. Pakistan.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by complimenting the COP presidency for closing successfully a historic COP. Bringing consensus to such critical, historic and momentous decision-making speaks of the leadership skills, commitment, integrity of purpose and perseverance of the COP President. Thank you, sir. Excellency, please allow me to share a personal anecdote. This summer, when I was talking to my son, I told him this is the hottest summer we are going through, and his reply was, "No, Dad, this is the coolest summer we are living. The next one is going to be worse." Our future generation is losing hope, but ladies and gentlemen, 14 days of continuous engagement with my colleagues gives me a new hope, the hope that we can still make this planet a better place for our generations to come. I take with me a sense of support, a sense of commitment, shared responsibility, respect for each country's needs, and unity in fighting the common challenge of climate change. The journey, ladies and gentlemen, from rhetoric to reality is difficult but not impossible, and we are witnessing it right now. I reassure this August forum of our fullest commitment and devotion in meeting the targets set in the Paris agreements and building towards a better tomorrow for all of us. Before I end, I would want to thank the COP presidency, the government of UAE, UNFCCC management, and most importantly, entire support staff, interpreters, staff on duty, security staff, who were there 24/7 to support us. They definitely need a big round of applause. I thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Pakistan. May I ask Brazil to take the floor? Brazil, you have the floor.
Agradeço imensamente aos Emirados Árabes Unidos e, em especial, ao presidente da COP pela grande hospitalidade, pelo firme e dedicado empenho de ter nos trazido até aqui. Agradeço igualmente ao papel desempenhado pela sociedade civil, representada em todos os setores, nos fazendo fortes cobranças para nos lembrar do sentido de urgência nas decisões que aqui tomarmos. Estamos agora em condições de aprovarmos um acordo basilar que dá continuidade aos compromissos que assumimos no âmbito do Acordo de Paris. O compromisso que estamos assumindo aqui redireciona nossas ambições, mas também nossas responsabilidades. O nosso comprometimento em todas as suas dimensões: mitigação, adaptação e meios de implementação. Alinhados a 1,5 são agora incontornáveis. Nós estamos felizes da decisão do estabelecimento de uma troika Emirados Árabes Unidos, Azerbaijão e Brasil para fazermos, nestes 2 anos, o que a ciência nos diz, ser a última janela de oportunidade para redirecionar nossas ações para 1,5. Como disse o presidente Lula nos seus discursos no início dessa COP, não podemos sair daqui sem a firme decisão de enfrentar o debate sobre o ritmo lento da descarbonização do planeta e trabalhar por uma economia menos dependente de combustíveis fósseis. A nossa próxima tarefa é alinhar os meios de implementação e necessários, assegurando a fundamental premissa da transição justa. É fundamental que os países desenvolvidos tomem a dianteira na transição rumo ao fim dos combustíveis fósseis e assegure os meios necessários para os países em desenvolvimento poderem implementar suas ações de mitigação e adaptação. O desafio de concretizar a missão 1,5 depende do esforço de todos e, principalmente, no comprometimento de todos em alinhar suas próximas NDCs a este objetivo. E o Brasil se sente feliz e honrado em ajudar nesta tarefa em que quem sabe, podermos celebrar juntos na COP30 na Amazônia, em Belém do Pará. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Brazil. May I ask the United States to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. President. That's on. Mr. President, I want to first thank the entire UAE team and all the other parties in the Secretariat for the extraordinary work over the past 2 weeks to finalize this first global stocktake. I think as you look around this room and you look at the number of people who are here, it underscores the complications, the difficulties, the fundamental challenge of bringing 200 countries together and finding consensus. I think that everybody here should be pleased that in a world of Ukraine and the Middle East war and all the other challenges of a planet that is foundering, this is a moment where multilateralism has actually come together and people have taken individual interests and attempted to define the common good. That is hard. It's the hardest thing in diplomacy. It's the hardest thing in politics. And I think everybody here should feel good that while all of us can find a paragraph or sentences or sections where we would have said it differently, where we would have liked it not to appear, or we would have liked something else to appear. But in a multilateral venue, to have as strong a document as has been put together, I find, is cause for optimism, cause for gratitude, and cause for some significant congratulations to everybody here. I am in awe of the spirit of cooperation that has brought everybody together. And I think the applause that we just saw for the AOSIS states is a clarion call to all of us about our obligation and responsibility over these next months to make sure we're reaching as far as we can to implement as fast as we can. So I thank the UAE team and the Secretariat for pulling everybody together, for having the courage to put some things on the table for the first time ever. It is a document that reflects 2 years of work by all parties with over 700,000 pages of inputs from every constituency from every part of the globe. And I'd particularly like to thank two individuals, Farhan Akhtar and Harold Winkler, who sort of quietly behind the scenes provided leadership in the technical assessment over the last 18 months. Now, while nobody here will see their views completely reflected in a consensus document of so many nations, the fact is that this document sends very strong messages to the world. First, the document highlights that we have to adhere to keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. That is the North Star. And we, therefore, must do those things necessary to keep the 1.5, everything we can to achieve this goal. And in particular, it states that our next NDCs will be aligned with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. I think everyone has to agree. This is much stronger and clearer as a call on 1.5 than we have ever heard before. And it clearly reflects what the science says. To keep 1.5 degrees within reach, we have to urgently peak greenhouse gas emissions and reduce them by a minimum of 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035. That is a goal that can keep us on track. The direction to triple renewable energy, double energy efficiency, phase down unabated coal power, halt and reverse deforestation and degradation by 2030, and substantially reduce non-CO2 emissions by 2030 are all foundational to our efforts for the next 7 years and beyond. And for the first time in the history of our regime, the decision, supported by all nations of the world, calls for transitioning away from fossil fuels in energy systems so as to achieve net zero by 2050. That is clear. And we would have liked clearly, many people here would have liked clearer language about the need to begin peaking and reducing fossil fuels in this critical decade. But we know this was a compromise between many parties. In particular, we would highlight that the use of any transitional fuels needed to be aligned with 1.5 degrees, which means if people adhere to that they will play a limited and temporary role in facilitating the effort to largely phase out fossil fuels in our energy systems by 2050, with abatement technologies focusing on hard-to-abate sectors. On adaptation, COP28 has successfully delivered a framework for the global goal on adaptation that will provide critical momentum to accelerate actions and increase resilience. It sets out in much greater detail how we will pursue and achieve the global goal on adaptation and how those efforts will be supported in coming years. On finance, this outcome makes abundantly clear that we must transform the international financial system to pursue and achieve our climate goals. The global stocktake underscores that we must continue to drive investments in climate action at all levels, put policies in place to incentivize change, and shift finance away from the things that put our shared prosperity at risk. And it makes clear that we will stand by and support our partners in developing countries every step of the way as they take ambitious steps to build clean energy systems and resilient futures for everyone. Mr. President, both the Paris Agreement and the global stocktake decision that we just adopted emphasized the importance of preparing and updating long-term strategies to reduce emissions and enhance resilience. 2 years ago, the United States and China committed in our Shanghai joint statement to update our long-term strategies by the Glasgow COP, which we both did. Most recently, we both issued the Sunnyland Statement, which we hope made a positive contribution to this COP. And today, I would join with Xi Jinping and Chinese delegation in announcing that the United States and China both intend, based on the many initiatives set out in the global stocktake decisions, we will again update our long-term strategies, and we invite other parties to join us in doing so. This decision and other key decisions of the CMA, including the Global Goal on Adaptation, establish critical work going forward to give effect to the global stocktake's recommendations. We look forward to working with all of our partners here to achieve these ambitions. And again, I say how deeply impressive I believe this multilateral effort is. I thank everybody here. The spirit of cooperation is palpable and significant, and I think a major statement by all countries participating about what we would like to see in so many other sectors of global relationships in this day and age. I thank all for the efforts here and for what we have accomplished. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, US. May I invite Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, for giving Bangladesh the floor. And let me first congratulate you and your team for the excellent work. If you recall, if I may share a personal conversation that I had with you when you visited Bangladesh towards the beginning of the year, I had said that this COP was going to be a litmus test for multilateralism. And I had also flagged the issue that the UN process, as it is currently structured, relies on consensus. And we also don't have an approved terms of reference for the entire COP process. It's been over 30 years, but still we have not been able to agree. So those were constraints. And I think what is perhaps one of the most impressive parts of this COP is, unlike in the past when we have all tried to hide behind the term consensus, we have tried to use that to protect our national positions. This is the first time that we have perhaps come out of our respective comfort zones and tried to look at the bigger picture. And we have all along said that consensus has to be on the basis of science. When the first draft was presented, we expressed, and we didn't mince words, that we were extremely disappointed because it didn't capture the ambition, and the North Star that you had talked about, I said, was now hiding behind dark clouds. I think over the last 2 days, thanks to the work and your initiative and that of your team, and our collective will, because at the end of the day, this is a member-driven process, and we have to really decide what we want to achieve. We have been able to remove those clouds. And what I see as significant is that this is the 28th COP. Between COP1 and COP27, we basically moved from one COP to the other. And here I think we have not just transitioned, there is a potential of a game-changing outlook in terms of how we look at the COP processes. And we thank you, your leadership and the team in that regard. The 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, and we have made it abundantly clear, this is not a political ask. This is not countries such as Bangladesh, LDCs, and climate vulnerable countries are asking for. It's not a political statement. It is the absolute upper limit that science tells us we can go to. And we feel that this then shapes the entire discourse in terms of mitigation, adaptation, funding, loss and damage, the entire chain. And let us not forget that the better we are at keeping temperature increase to within 1.5, the lesser will be the resources needed for adaptation. The lighter will be the burden on loss and damage. So this is critical. And as we unpack the text of the GST, I'm sure there will be issues which will require further clarification, which will require further discussion. And that the fundamental principle that we are going to have is the 1.5. So this is the spirit that we take out from here. When you convened the Majlis, Your Excellency, I think you used the words to the effect that we come in here with problems, with solutions, with fears, with apprehensions, and we want to go out of the Majlis with a solution. I think we are on the path to a solution through COP28, and again, we thank you for your initiative. Trust, solidarity is going to be absolutely imperative. Even if we had the perfect text, and we know that no text can be perfect, and this text is also not perfect, but it lays the foundation, given continued trust, given continued goodwill, given continued empathy, given continued solidarity, we can build on it. And I think that is what we take back. Of course, we would have liked more specificity, more concrete steps. Adaptation is really a life and death issue for a lot of parties who are represented around the table. We cannot compromise on adaptation. We cannot compromise on lives and livelihoods. So the finance delivery, rather than just reporting what has been done, should actually be geared towards action to delivering the resources that we need. And that is absolutely fundamental. So as we go back with certainly better spirits, we also have to keep in mind that the real test is delivery on this. And if I may say so, we came to UAE and we looked upon it as the Asia COP. We wanted to show that not just UAE, but Asia can also deliver. And I think all of us, and I thank all of the delegates that we have been able to do that. At least we have got off to a start. This is not the finish line. We have started on a line where everyone starts together. And I think this is the real achievement of this COP. UAE, as we know, and Dubai is a city of dreams. The impossible comes true. And this is a nation that was diving for pearls for thousands of years. And you are now reaching for the furthest stars in the galaxy. Let us also reach for that. And I believe that this COP is really going to set the tone for all future COPs. Let us have that trust. Let us have that empathy. Let us have that solidarity so that we can, in fact, when we look back at this COP, 5 or 10 years from now, we can say that this was indeed, in delivery, a game-changing COP. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I'd like to invite Bolivia to take the floor. Bolivia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Bolivia habla en su posición nacional. Hemos cumplido 8 años desde la adopción del Acuerdo de París. El año 2015, la comunidad global decidió abordar la lucha contra la crisis climática con base en la equidad, con base en la diferenciación entre países desarrollados y países en desarrollo. Sin embargo, estos 8 años, los países desarrollados han trabajado intensamente para erosionar y borrar estos principios y transferir sus obligaciones vinculantes a los países en desarrollo. Al adoptar hoy la decisión del primer balance global, declaramos con gran pesar y enorme preocupación que los principios de la Convención y del Acuerdo de París se han deteriorado y disminuido un poco más. Bolivia no apoya y nunca apoyará la profundización de un mundo más injusto e inequitativo para luchar contra la crisis climática. Más capitalismo y más mercados no son la solución para los problemas que se derivan del capitalismo y los mercados. Más inequidad e injusticia no son la solución para los problemas de la inequidad y la injusticia en el mundo. No podemos apoyar resultados que lleven al mundo hacia una nueva era de implementación de la Convención y el Acuerdo de París sin equidad, sin responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas, sin diferenciación entre países desarrollados y países en desarrollo y sin medios de implementación y financiamiento concretos para los países en desarrollo. Los países desarrollados no han asumido tomar la iniciativa en la lucha contra la crisis climática, no aceptan cambiar sus estilos de vida y esto pone en mayor riesgo la vida de las personas en nuestra parte del mundo. Hablamos mucho de 1.5 grados, hablamos mucho de ciencia, pero los países desarrollados que tienen planes de expansión de los combustibles fósiles hacia el 2050 van en contra de la ciencia misma, de la que están hablando. En el mundo real, señor presidente, la estrella polar está cada vez más fuera de nuestro alcance. Es importante mantener vivo 1.5 grados, esto es importante para la humanidad y para la defensa de la madre tierra. Pero ¿cómo vamos a lograr esto sin diferenciación, sin compromisos vinculantes para trabajar en el marco de la equidad? Para ser equitativos y para trabajar con un mundo equitativo, los países desarrollados deberían haber propuesto alcanzar 0 combustibles fósiles ahora, en esta plenaria, pero posponen sus compromisos para el año 2050. Los países desarrollados responsables de la gran expansión en el mundo de la producción de combustibles fósiles son ahora los campeones de la estrella polar, son los campeones de mantener 1.5 grados a nuestro alcance. Los países desarrollados hablan mucho de financiación, de que no hay financiación para el cambio climático, pero ponen enormes cantidades de dinero para financiar una enorme maquinaria industrial y para la guerra en el planeta. Los países desarrollados hablan mucho de derechos humanos mientras provocan el genocidio de nuestros hermanos de Palestina. Los países desarrollados hablan mucho de su mayor ambición en la lucha contra la crisis climática, ante la mirada de los medios de comunicación, pero en las salas de negociación de esta conferencia simplemente están obstruyendo, creando distorsión, confusión y añadiendo complejidad a todas las cuestiones que son prioritarias para los países en desarrollo. Los países desarrollados, en lugar de cumplir sus promesas, han optado por no respetar los acuerdos internacionales, mientras continúan insistiendo en que se deben imponer más reglas y objetivos a los países en desarrollo, aumentando el colonialismo, la desigualdad, la injusticia, el hambre y la pobreza en el mundo. Imponer objetivos para todos para el año 2050 va en contra del Acuerdo de París y refuerza el camino del colonialismo, creando mayores dependencias institucionales y financieras de los países del sur con respecto a los países del norte. Nos resistimos, presidente, a ser nuevamente víctimas de un nuevo colonialismo, que es el colonialismo de carbono. Nos resistimos a ser tratados como personas y países que carecemos de nuestro derecho al desarrollo. Se necesita un cambio de paradigma, presidente. Es necesario cambiar el paradigma actual de los países desarrollados que está basado en la procrastinación, el colonialismo, la injusticia climática y la injusticia social. Tenemos que cambiar un nuevo paradigma basado en la cooperación, la solidaridad internacional, en la equidad y en la provisión de medios de implementación. Bolivia, presidente, acompaña el consenso de la declaración del pacto del primer balance global con la siguiente reserva. Bolivia hace una reserva a los artículos de la decisión del primer balance global que contravienen la implementación del Acuerdo de París en el marco de la operacionalización de los principios de equidad y responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas, así como el artículo 4.7 de la Convención y la provisión de financiamiento y medios de implementación, así como los artículos 9, 10 y 11 del Acuerdo de París y, en particular, el artículo 4, párrafo 5. Bolivia hace una reserva en particular al artículo 28 del primer balance global, porque no incorpora los principios de equidad y responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas de la Convención y del Acuerdo de París. No existe ninguna referencia a la diferenciación entre países desarrollados y países en desarrollo, y al hecho de que los países desarrollados deben asumir el liderazgo en la lucha contra la crisis climática. Tampoco existe una mención explícita a la provisión de financiamiento y medios de implementación por parte de los países desarrollados para avanzar en las contribuciones de los países en desarrollo hacia el cumplimiento de las metas globales establecidas. Bolivia interpreta que todas las contribuciones del Estado plurinacional de Bolivia al cumplimiento de los esfuerzos globales de lucha contra la crisis climática dependen de la provisión de financiamiento para las metas condicionadas establecidas por el país en su contribución nacionalmente determinada en el marco de la implementación del enfoque del vivir bien en armonía con la Madre Tierra. Pedimos que esta declaración se incorpore en los reportes de esta reunión. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Bolivia. Thank you, Bolivia. Colleagues, dear parties, may I ask you to keep your statements short, please? May I ask that you maintain a cap of 3 minutes, please? 3 minutes maximum. And yes, of course, you can submit your statements in writing on the UNFCCC website. And yes, your statements will be reflected in the report. We have a lot of work before us, and I would like to conclude our work in a timely manner. Allow me now to ask the EU. EU, you have the floor.
Let me start by wholeheartedly thanking the Presidency and Dr. Sultan you in particular for your leadership, your vision, but also your tremendous tenacity, and that of your team and the team of Simon Steele for all their work and all their contributions. And dear friends, let me also say that we have found it a tremendous privilege to work alongside all of you, from wherever you are, from Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, North America, Asia, the Pacific, and the Middle East, to team up, to bridge the divide, and to unite. Because, dear friends, when we are all long gone, our children, and our children's children, and their children, will be there to deal with all the things we have left for them, the good and the bad. And with them in mind, and with that in mind, it makes this a day of gratitude, a day of solemn satisfaction, and maybe also of silent determination. And a day to salute the fact that humanity has finally done what is long, long, long overdue. 30 years. 30 years we've spent to arrive at the beginning of the end of fossil fuels and to bridge our ambition on adaptation, finance and mitigation to get concrete and actionable on 1.5, as scientists have urged us to do for so long. And to all our friends from around the world who will continue to need our help, the islands in particular, I want you to know, and I will say to you, that we will stand with you in unity during this transition for as long as is necessary. Because prosperity within the planetary boundaries is there to be had for all of us. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you. Colleagues, friends, dear President, we came here to assess and take stock. We knew that the Paris Agreement first cycle needed to deliver, but what we did was not enough. We wanted to draw lessons that could facilitate the way forward to ensure that we keep the 1.5 within reach. To enable a more effective response to the climate challenges, working together in building climate justice and easing the way for a much more secure future for all. Not everything is done, but we have taken a very important step forward. As the Commissioner has said, it has taken more than 30 years since Rio to focus on how to go beyond a fossil-fueled world, to start a new discussion on finance being all climate-proof, to raise the bar on adaptation on a cooperative basis, to respond to the very legitimate demands of the most vulnerable countries to count on mechanisms to address losses and damages caused by climate impacts. We align our goals and aspirations to those in the High Ambition Coalition, and very much, in particular, to the most vulnerable parties. We pay attention to what Samoa has said, to what Bangladesh has said. Climate justice still needs our engagement, our work. We enter into a new phase, but it would be very important to engage more, to do more. That this step forward and our commitment, our joint commitment, delivers much more in this very critical decade, to work in a united manner, to act, to deliver. We welcome and thank the strong work and leadership shown by the COP presidency and his team, by the Secretariat, but also by all delegates. Climate science, activists, this is something where we can recognize a little bit or much coming from all of us. We welcome the committed dedication of all. We think that the most relevant thing here is that science and the 1.5 goal are at the center of the whole package. It needs to drive our action on climate, all to contribute, all committed. Friends, colleagues, it's time to do much more. We take a step forward, ensuring a sharp decline on emissions in line with the 1.5, peaking by 2025. 43 decline on emissions by 2030 and 60% by 2030 is demanded by the IPCC, is reflected in this test. This means building on climate justice. We need to provide a strong and clear message on the need to work on many different fields, but in particular, to accelerate action in energy transition and access to energy for all, to halt and reverse deforestation, to take into consideration biodiversity as the most relevant issues where people, where humankind can build and keep on building prosperity. Adaptation is at the forefront and takes on the relevance it needs. Still, much needs to be done, but we understand that we need to work much more to ensure common goods such as fresh water, health, biodiversity or food security. Early warning systems are very important. Delivering on loss and damage, changing the way we address climate in the international financial institutions, doubling adaptation funding are only the first step forwards. Back home, we Europeans are committed. Current action, current legislation ensures we will be doing more than 57% reduction by 2030. And we are committed in our legislation to achieve net zero by 2050 at the latest. We think that we need to provide public assistance, but it is also a task to go beyond that, to keep on doing things to ensure that climate-proof is the new reality when talking about prosperity. We are committed not to leave anyone behind. There are many things that we miss in this text, but we sincerely think that this is a very relevant and positive step forward, and we are very happy to take this step forward with you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, EU. May I ask Cuba to take the floor? Cuba, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente. Reconocemos la importancia y los resultados alcanzados en esta conferencia, para lo cual ha sido decisivo el papel de la presidencia emiratí y su equipo de trabajo en la búsqueda de posiciones comunes en un contexto que configura esta COP como una de las más complejas, sino la más difícil desde la adopción del Acuerdo de París en 2015. Las dificultades que hoy enfrentamos tienen múltiples causas. Entre ellas destaca, y ha sido aquí reiteradamente mencionada, el incremento de las emisiones y el constante cierre de la ventana de tiempo para mantener el aumento de la temperatura por debajo de 1.5 grados. Ese crucial objetivo ha sido caracterizado aquí como nuestra estrella guía, pero lo cierto es que más allá de ese propósito hay en el firmamento toda una constelación de propósitos que deberíamos poder alcanzar de manera balanceada, incluyendo los objetivos encaminados a la erradicación de la pobreza y alcanzar un desarrollo sostenible con equidad. Nuestro compromiso con el régimen climático es firme, como lo manifiesta nuestra contribución nacionalmente determinada. En Cuba estamos dispuestos a hacer más y tenemos el propósito político de transformar a renovables toda nuestra matriz energética en un 100%. Pero para ello no bastan los deseos y la voluntad. Se requieren cuantiosos recursos que a nivel doméstico tienen que competir con las necesidades de la adaptación, las pérdidas y daños y el balance de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Esa es la disyuntiva que enfrentamos los países en desarrollo. Por tanto, las decisiones que aquí tomemos deben ser totalmente coherentes con nuestras realidades. No por reiterado debemos dejar de enfatizar que el principal obstáculo hacia la meta de 1.5 está en el negativo legado de emisiones de los países desarrollados y su incumplimiento reiterado hasta hoy de los compromisos financieros en ayuda a los países en desarrollo. En esa lista de responsabilidades hay que contar también la obsoleta, injusta y desbalanceada arquitectura financiera internacional, donde gravita sobre las economías de los países en desarrollo la crisis económica global, el peso abrumador de la deuda externa y un sistema de comercio internacional cada vez más excluyente, en virtud del cual nuestros países enfrentan las consecuencias de la creciente imposición de medidas unilaterales bajo pretextos ambientales y por razones de carácter eminentemente político, como es el caso de Cuba. Señor presidente, a todos aquellos que han estado presionando aquí para asumir metas y compromisos que nada tienen que ver con nuestras responsabilidades ni circunstancias nacionales, les invitamos a hacer una reflexión profunda una vez retornen a sus países. Piensen en la historia, en cómo llegamos hasta aquí, en el despojo y la explotación a que fueron sometidas nuestros pueblos y que sirvió de base para un desarrollo que ahora nos está pasando factura en forma de cambio climático. Analicen sus propios deberes y obligaciones y tal vez eso les permita llegar a la próxima COP con los mensajes de responsabilidad, humildad y empatía necesarios para alcanzar mayores resultados. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Cuba. I'd like to invite Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by recognising your personal leadership, tenacity, patience and courage. I know you've made many friends over the last year, and I know will remain friends for many years to come because of your personal leadership. You promised a strong result, and today we are delivering a strong result. Mr. President, I speak on behalf of the umbrella group of countries. The discussion at Dubai over the last 2 weeks has led to important milestones in our work to combat the climate crisis. We came together in solidarity at the beginning of this conference to agree to groundbreaking work on loss and damage. The new fund shows what we can do when we come together with an intent to deliver real outcomes. We've agreed to an ambitious new framework on the global goal on adaptation, which is very important. It elevates the role of adaptation within globally applicable targets that lay out a direction of travel and galvanise action and support. But undeniably, Mr. President, the central part of our discussions at COP28 has been the future of fossil fuels in our energy systems. Earlier this week, we called for more than a step forward, and today the world has stepped up. The outcome does not go as far as many of us asked for, starting with some of the most vulnerable countries, but the message it sends is clear, that all nations of the world have acknowledged the reality that our future is in clean energy and the age of fossil fuels will end. The global stocktake also shows that the nations of the world have come a long way under the Paris Agreement. 87% of the global economy is now covered by a climate neutrality target, and almost all countries have commitments to cut emissions. But the stocktake also shows us we have a long way to go, that we need a step change to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. The stocktake affirms the latest science that we will need to cut global emissions by 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035. We stand behind its call for future NDCs to be aligned with 1.5 degrees. This is the guiding North Star as countries prepare more ambitious NDCs. We stand behind its calls for NDCs to have economy-wide emissions reduction targets covering all sectors, gases and categories. We stand behind its call for a tripling of renewable energy, doubling of energy efficiency and substantially reducing non-CO2 emissions. We must take every opportunity. Global Dialogues under the Mitigation Work Programme has provided rich examples of such opportunities in the energy and in the transport sector. It's disappointing that the decision this year does not reflect on these discussions and that a few countries have withheld progress on this important issue and a chance to elevate investment and opportunities for all countries. This delay cannot continue. We welcome the strengthened Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue on aligning finance flows with low emissions and climate-resilient development. This is an important area of work to reach the scale of global investment needed to reach 1.5 degrees. The new collective qualified finance goal due to be agreed next year is a pivotal moment to deliver urgent and necessary support for developing countries. We're pleased to see this acknowledgement, and the new goal must draw on the widest range of sources, including both public and private finance flows, domestic and international, both provided and mobilised. It needs to deliver a system transformation because the world has changed a lot in the last 30 years. Countries' capacities and circumstances have evolved dramatically since 1992, and so must their responsibilities. It's time, Mr. President, to have that discussion. because we need to pull every lever to achieve the scale of climate finance the world needs to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. We note the outcomes of the Just Transition Work Programme. We must support our workers and communities who've powered our countries for generations to an empowered future with good jobs. The language on human rights is deeply concerning. Human rights are not something that parties can be encouraged to take into account. Human rights must be respected, promoted and fulfilled. We welcome the decision on the Youth Climate Champion and note it complements the diversity of youth voices in the process and the important role that Youngo plays. Parties, the next 2 years will be a true test of the Paris Agreement. We will have bent the curve or we will have lost 1.5. We must join together in the highest possible ambition. This week shows what's possible when the world comes together. We need to take this energy home and turn it into action. Mr President, just a few brief comments on Australia's behalf. I want to personally recognise the role of the Pacific countries in this process. The Pacific has long called for the highest possible ambition to keep 1.5 alive. And while this outcome today might not have fully met their calls, their voices are being heard. The message from this COP on the urgency of the energy transition is loud and clear. We must now deliver. Mr President, again, let me conclude by thanking you for your leadership. There's been ups and downs in this process, but this is undeniably an historic COP, and we thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Australia. I'd like to invite Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Environment Integrity Group, comprising Georgia, Liechtenstein, Mexico, Monaco, the Republic of Korea, and Switzerland. Let me first thank you and your team and the Secretariat for the hard work you delivered, not only over the last 2 weeks, but also about the last months. Mr. Chair, this is a crucial moment. For the first time, humanity is coming together in its diversity to agree on a managed transition away from the one resource which has enabled so much development. And for the first time, we decide that we want this transition to be just, to benefit all, and to respond to the urgency according to science. We stand by a clear message. The future is not fossil fuels. Because there is no world where we can keep 1.5 alive if we continue investing in fossil fuels. And there is no equity in a world above 1.5. The energy package is a start, but it's not enough. The signal we give to decision makers and investors are absolutely critical. We need the energy package to be more precise and quantified and to deliver a sense of urgency. We need to define this further as we move to Belém in 2025. We need a commitment to follow up on its objectives on a yearly basis, and we are determined to bring accountability to the energy transition. What happens next year to respond to the outcomes of COP28 will be critical. The moment of truth that will define whether COP28 is the crucial milestone will be when countries submit their new climate targets. The elements are there for a good response, but everyone needs to be fully engaged. We welcome the encouragement for all countries to move towards economy-wide NDCs and to peak global emissions by 2025. We look forward to the capacity-building workshops, and we look forward to working with the presidencies to build political momentum around the highest possible ambition in submitting new NDCs, including with those who have the most contribute to the Paris Agreement. We are pleased to see the adoption of new targets for adaptation, which allow us to prioritize adaptation actions across water, health, ecosystem, and especially vulnerable ecosystems like oceans, mountains, and the cryosphere. They clearly lay out the actions that governments are expected to take. It is clear that we need to accelerate our work to make all financial flows consistent with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. We would have liked to see a much stronger signal in this regard, but appreciate that we can at least strengthen our dialogue on 21C and look forward to working with parties to unlock and shift global capital towards our common objectives. We further welcome the new dialogue on implementation, which will give us the opportunity to ensure that our collective actions support and broader financial flows will allow us to meet objectives set out in this global stocktake and take us to a low-emission and climate-resilient future. We regret losing references to conflict sensitivity, gender responsiveness, and respect for human rights on loss and damage. Those are crucial elements to make our support effective and to address them to the ones most in need. Excellencies, colleagues, let us keep continuing working together, striving for the highest ambition, listen to science, and build on this momentum to keep our guiding star in reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. May I ask Venezuela to take the floor? Venezuela, you have the floor.
Saludos, señor presidente. Venezuela, en primer lugar, desea agradecer a la presidencia de Emiratos Árabes Unidos y las presidencias de los órganos subsidiarios, a la Secretaría Ejecutiva y a todos los representantes de los países presentes por los esfuerzos en este paso que hemos dado adelante el día de hoy. La labor que han llevado en estas últimas semanas a fin de apoyar en la búsqueda de consensos definitivamente no ha sido tarea fácil, pero con esfuerzo y voluntad política se abren los caminos para continuar trabajando por la implementación de la Convención y del Acuerdo de París. La humanidad enfrenta una de las peores crisis de su historia y en todos los ámbitos: financiero, energético, climático, alimentario, institucional y cultural, afectando así la vida del planeta entero. Nuestra región es una de las más vulnerables del planeta como consecuencia de los efectos de esta crisis climática, al sufrir los impactos crónicos y graduales de los eventos naturales cada vez más intensos y más extremos, lo cual repercute y paraliza los avances del desarrollo sostenible y la lucha contra la pobreza, no solo de mi país, sino de todos nuestros pueblos. Para Venezuela, el artículo 28 deja espacios abiertos a la interpretación y queremos dejar constancia en acta, presidente, en esta reunión lo siguiente. Nada de lo especificado en el párrafo 28 disminuye las obligaciones que se establecen en la Convención del Acuerdo de París. No pueden ser reinterpretados y se especifican claramente que los países
progress. Furthermore, I note that the subsidiary bodies considered matters under the agenda item and have recommended 2 decisions for consideration and adoption. Before moving to the adoption of these decisions, I propose oral amendments as follows. On the drafted decision entitled Report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L5, there is a typo in paragraph 1 in reference to the CMA decision symbol. This paragraph should read, endorses decision/CMA.5 on the report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, and the report of the Executive Committee, which provides as follows. End of quote. On the drafted decision entitled, quote, Matters relating to the Santiago Network under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, end of quote, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L8, in paragraph 1, in the quoted paragraph 2, immediately after the words governing body or bodies, I propose to introduce a footnote that reads as follows. Quote, nothing in this document prejudices parties, end of quote, views or prejudges outcomes on matters related to the governance of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts. End of quote. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L5 as already amended, and the draft decision entitled Matters relating to the Santiago Network under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L8 as already amended. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 8. Matters related to finance. You will recall the following organization of work that we established at our first meeting on 30th November. For sub-item 8A, a contact group was established, chaired by Carlos Fuller and Gade Lindsay. For sub-item B, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Apollonia Miola and Ad Wagas. For sub-items 8C and 8D, a contact group was established for both agenda sub-items, co-chaired by Marine Lanoy and Richard Moyonge. For sub-items 8E, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Ricardo Marshall and Solomon Sconfield. For sub-item 8F, a contact group was established, co-chaired by Elena Pereira and Kelly Sharp. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to means of implementation were conducted by His Excellency Minister Yasmin Fouad and His Excellency Minister Stephen Gilbert. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 8A, long-term finance. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Long-Term Climate Finance, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L10 Rev 1. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 8B, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Matters Relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L L9. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Regarding the matter of the second review of the functions of the Standing Committee on Finance, the SBI agreed to continue its consideration of this matter at SBI 61. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8C, report of the Green Climate Fund, to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and Guidance to the Green Climate Fund, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L3. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8D, report of the Global Environment Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environment Facility. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Global Environment Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environment Facility, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L.6. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8E, the seventh review of the financial mechanism. I invite the COP to adopt the drafted decision entitled Seventh Review of the Financial Mechanism, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L12. I see the U.S. asking for the floor. You have the floor, the U.S.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We object to the proposed decision under COP Agenda Item 8E on the seventh review of the financial mechanism. The proposed decision does not address the key issue the United States has raised consistently in discussions under this agenda item, namely that the CMA must also review the financial mechanism with respect to how the financial mechanism serves the agreement. This is an issue of critical institutional importance and proper governance. The Paris Agreement is not subsidiary to the Convention, and Article 9.8 of the Paris Agreement unequivocally states that the financial mechanism shall serve the Paris Agreement. The CMA must be allowed to review the financial mechanism with respect to how it serves the Paris Agreement in accordance with the agreement. As we have made clear, we cannot accept a review of the financial mechanism by the COP only. We reiterate our position that the seventh review must also be a CMA agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. The U.S. has an objection to the adoption of the draft decision. There does not appear to be consensus to adopt the draft decision, as we could not conclude its consideration under this agenda item. The matter will be included in the provisional agenda for the next session in accordance with Rules 10C and 16 of the Draft Rules of Procedure being applied. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8F, compilation and synthesis of, and summary report on the in-session workshop on biannual communication of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Compilation and Synthesis of, and summary report on the in-session workshop on biannual communication of information related to Article 9, Paragraphs 5 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023 L11. I take note of the EU asking for the floor. The EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was on the previous agenda item. We just wanted to express our support with the position of the previous speaker. We also express regret, particularly at a meeting in which we've just adopted yet another operating entity of the financial mechanism under the Paris Agreement and serving the convention as well, that we cannot, under that agenda item, deal with the review under both governing bodies. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I'll go back to the agenda item we are considering. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. I also just wanted to come in on the item relating to the review of the financial mechanism and align Australia with the views expressed by the United States for the reasons expressed by my colleague from the United States and also by the EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Australia. I go back to agenda sub-item 8F. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Compilation and Synthesis of, and summary report on the in-session workshop on biannual communication of information related to Article 9. I have Egypt requesting for the floor. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, and apologies. Going back to the same agenda item, on behalf of the African Group, I just want to put on record that we are surprised that a decision that was taken and endorsed several years ago is not being implemented, which questions the ability of the parties to move forward in delivering on the decisions that they have agreed to collectively. The review of the financial mechanism under the COP has been mandated, agreed, and it should be delivered by the Standing Committee on Finance. While we cannot object to the objection, but we want to put on record that this is delaying a mandate that was given, agreed by all parties, and we regret that some parties are handing or holding this agenda item hostage for pushing other agenda items and other governing bodies. We would like this to be put on record, and we hope that when we meet next time, we are committed, all of us, to deliver on our mandates, on our agreed decisions, and take things forward and not hold agenda items hostage because of specific views that might not be agreed collectively. I thank you.
Thank you for all these statements. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Compilation and Synthesis of and Summary Report on the in-session workshops on biannual communication of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement as contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L11. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite parties to turn to Agenda Item 12, Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Review of the Functions, Work Program and Modalities of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures, Mid-Term Review of the Work Plan and Report of the Forum, contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L14, FCCC/KP/CMP/L6, and FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/L19. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite parties to turn to sub-item 2D, election of officers other than the President. Item 6, report of the Adaptation Committee and review of the progress, effectiveness and performance of the Adaptation Committee. Item 8B, matters related to the Standing Committee on Finance. Item 9, development and transfer of technologies and implementation of technology mechanism, joint and annual report of the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center and Network. And item 10, capacity building under the convention. I would like to inform parties that consultations on the nominations for election have been concluded and nominations received for election to bodies under the convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Ambassador Mohamed Nasser for conducting these consultations. I would also like to thank all chairs and coordinators of regional groups and constituencies for their active and constructive engagement in the consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. I now invite the COP to elect to its bureau the following members. As Vice Presidents, Ms. Svetlana Zekova of Bulgaria, Mr. David Mankiani of Armenia, Mr. Julio Codano of Chile, Ms. Katie Hancock of Australia, Ms. Christina E. Stage of Marshall Islands, Mr. Harry Vroes of Netherlands. As SBI Chair, Mr. Nabil Munia of Pakistan, and as Rapporteur, Ms. Rochelle Newbold of Bahamas. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members of the Bureau on their election. I would also like to express appreciation to the various Bureau members under whose guidance and leadership we have made tremendous progress, especially their guidance for the organization and the work of the conference. I note that nominations are outstanding from African states. I invite the African states to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by 29 February 2024 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at COP28 in accordance with the established practice. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Turning to the election of members of constituted bodies under the Convention, I invite the COP to elect the members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Adaptation Committee, the CTCA Advisory Board, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, the Standing Committee on Finance, and the Technology Executive Committee. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members of these bodies on their election. I would also like to thank all the outgoing members for their commitment and hard work, and that has ensured the success of the work of these bodies. I note that there are nominations outstanding of these bodies. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the 29th February 2024 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at COP28 in accordance with the established practice. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I see no request for the floor. I now invite parties to turn to agenda item 18, other matters. Would parties like to raise any other matters? I see no request for the floor. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 19, conclusion of the session. Turning to agenda sub-item 19A, adoption of the draft report on the session. I invite Kacha Kuplashami from the Secretariat to provide us with a preliminary assessment of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the COP here in the UAE. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Several decisions adopted at this session have financial and human resource implications beyond the provisions in the biennium 2024-2025 budget. All funding estimates and categorization of activities as per the methods established for the UNFCCC budget as specified in paragraph 26 of the document FCCC/SBI/2023/2 are preliminary assessments and based on information currently available. Before I go into the details of the financial implications of the decisions taken by the governing bodies at this session, I wish to emphasize that the Secretariat requires reliable and sustained funding for the party-approved mandates. In addition, it is imperative that the funding is available in order to start the work on the critical mandates. We will only be in a position to prepare and deliver the newly mandated outputs when, to say it plainly, money is in the bank. Additional contributions will be required urgently in the Trust Fund for supplementary activities, as contributions received to date are not sufficient to prepare and deliver on all mandated outputs that were requested by the governing and subsidiary bodies at previous sessions. I will now turn to the budgetary implications of decisions taken by governing bodies at the current session under the relevant agenda items. Under COP Agenda Item 2, Presidency Youth Climate Champion, supplementary funding in the amount of €2.29 million will be required to provide support for the work of the respective champions during the 2024-2025 period. Out of the total requirement, the amount of €308,000 will be absorbed from existing resources. This item includes activities under budget category 2, long-term or recurring, under the method established for UNFCCC budget as specified in paragraph 26 of the document FCCC/SBI/2023/2. Under COP Agenda Item 7 and CMA Agenda Item 9, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, requirements of €235,000 will be absorbed from existing resources. Related outputs include the development of draft guidelines on preventing conflict of interest in relation to the Santiago Network, translation of knowledge products, and arrangement for events. Under COP Agenda Item 8A, long-term climate finance supplementary funding in the amount of €1.45 million will be required for the biennium 2024-2025 to prepare a report. Under COP Agenda Item 8B and CMA Agenda Item 10A, matters related to the Standing Committee on Finance, supplementary funding in the amount of €3.66 million will be required in the biennium 2024-2025 to support the implementation of further work on Paris Agreement, Article 2, Paragraph 1C. Under COP Agenda Item 8G and CMA Agenda Item 10G, operationalization of the funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage referred to in Paragraph 2, including the fund referred to in Paragraph 3 of Decisions 2/CP27 and 2/CMA4, requirements for the interim secretariat consisting of the UNFCCC Secretariat, the United Nations Development Programme, and the Secretariat of the Green Climate Fund amount to €3.15 million in 2024 to make arrangements for convening meetings of the board of the fund and support the development and implementation of the work plan of the board until the Secretariat of the fund is fully operational. The budget of the interim Secretariat is expected to be sourced from financing to be made available for operationalizing the fund. Additional contributions outside the fund will not be required. Under COP Agenda Item 9 and CMA Agenda Item 11, development and transfer of technologies and implementation of the technology mechanism, supplementary funding in the amount of €200,000 will be required in 2024 to produce a technical paper on artificial intelligence for climate action, to collaborate with CTCN and UNEP on resource mobilization, and to prepare a synthesis report and organize an in-session workshop. The estimate for the same outputs was reported to SBI and SBSTA under the respective agenda items. Under COP Agenda Item 10, capacity building under the Convention, and CMA Agenda Item 12, capacity building under the Paris Agreement, supplementary funding in the amount of €27,000 will be required in 2024 to produce a synthesis report. Under COP Agenda Item 12, CMA Agenda Item 13, and CMP Agenda Item 9, report on the Forum on the Impact of Implementation of Response Measures, supplementary funding in the amount of €1.16 million will be required in 2024 and 2025 for several knowledge products to be prepared by the KCI and events and dialogues to be organized by the Forum. This item includes activities under Budget Category 2, long-term or reoccurring, and Category 3, temporary or short-term under the methods established for the UNFCCC budget as specified in paragraph 26 of the document FCCC/SBI/2023/2. Under COP Agenda Item 13, Gender and Climate Change, requirement of €102,000 will be absorbed from existing resources. Related outputs include a synthesis report, an in-session workshop, and a summary report. Under the CMA Agenda Item 4, first global stocktake, an estimated amount of at least €4.3 million will be required in 2024 and 2025 for the dialogues and preparation of reports. Please note that the budgetary implications for implementation of the GST decisions are very preliminary at this point. The Secretariat will carefully study the implications and update the estimate accordingly, including how much of those implications are already covered by existing resources. Under CMA Agenda Item 5, Work Program on Just Transition Pathways, referred to in the relevant paragraphs of Decision 1/CMA4, funding in the amount of €1.75 million will be required in 2024 to hold at least 2 dialogues prior to the regular session of the subsidiary bodies, prepare an annual report on the dialogues, and an annual report on the activities from the work program. Under CMA Agenda Item 6, Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation of Work Program, referred to in Decision 4/CMA4, supplementary funding in the amount of €1.31 million will be required in 2024 and 2025 to organize and report on global dialogues and investment-focused events. Under CMA Agenda Item 7, reporting and review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, provision of financial and technical support to developing country parties for reporting and capacity building, supplementary funding in the amount of €175,000 will be required in 2024 and 2025 to organize online regional workshops prior to SB 60, organize an in-person workshop at SB 60, to produce a synthesis report prior to SB 62, to organize a facilitated dialogue at SB 62, and to prepare a summary report of lessons learned and best practices. Under CMA Agenda Item 8, Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh Work Program on the Global Goal on Adaptation, referred to in Decision 7/CMA3, supplementary funding in the amount of €1.78 million will be required in 2024-2025 to launch a 2-year work program on indicators for measuring progress towards achieving targets, to arrange a workshop on indicators for measuring progress, and to undertake technical work in support of the framework and the work program. Under the CMP Agenda Item 5, matters related to clean development mechanism, supplementary funding in the amount of €20,000 will be absorbed from existing resources. The Secretariat is requested to prepare 2 technical papers. Under CMA Agenda Item 14C, Work Program under the Framework for Non-Market Approaches, referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement, and in the Decision 4/CMA3, supplementary funding in the amount of €80,000 will be required in 2024 to develop a manual, prepare a synthesis report on submissions, and a workshop report. Unless specified otherwise, all activities under the aforementioned items are temporary or short-term in nature and fall under Category 3 under the established methodology for UNFCCC budget as specified in paragraph 26 of document FCC/SBI/2023/2. The total amount of estimated additional contribution required in the Trust Fund for supplementary activities to enable the Secretariat to develop the outputs in the biennium 2024-2025 as mandated by the governing bodies in this session amounts to €17.8 million. All supplementary funding requirements for the biennium 2024 and 2025 will be included in the fundraising letter that will be sent by the Secretariat to relevant parties in the beginning of 2024. Resource requirements in 2026 and beyond resulting from decisions taken in this session will be treated in line with the established budgetary processes. We hope that the Secretariat can count on the urgent support of parties to provide adequate, reliable, and timely funding for the activities to be undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The draft report is contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/AO2. I invite the COP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the COP to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of the United Arab Emirates as contained in document FCCC/CP/2023/L7 and FCCC/KP/CM/2023/L3 and FCCC/PA/CMA/2023/L7. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Let me give the floor to Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Conference of Parties expressed their profound gratitude to the Government of United Arab Emirates for having made it possible for the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties, the 18th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the 5th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement to be held in Dubai. The Conference of Parties requests the Government of the United Arab Emirates to convey the city and people of the Dubai the gratitude of the Conference of the Parties, the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the Conference of Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement for the hospitality and warmth extended to the participant. I thank you.
I hereby adjourn the 6th meeting of the COP. Dear delegates, I now open a joint 7th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. The 7th meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol. 7th meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. I will invite parties to make their statements. I will continue from the list of speakers earlier today. I urge parties to keep within the time limit of 3 minutes. I invite parties to upload your full statements on the UNFCCC website. I now give the floor to Paraguay.
Apreciados colegas, señor presidente, en mi capacidad nacional como representante del Paraguay, quisiera agradecer y reconocer a la presidencia emiratí de la COP28, a la Secretaría y miembros de los órganos subsidiarios por el esfuerzo dedicado para manejar difíciles negociaciones entre las partes. Asimismo, manifiesto una vez más nuestro compromiso de avanzar en la aplicación plena del Acuerdo de París, como siempre lo hemos demostrado. Celebramos la puesta en marcha del Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños y las contribuciones anunciadas. No obstante, este auspicioso logro no debe hacernos perder de vista que es fundamental que el financiamiento climático aumente significativamente. El Paraguay registra bajas emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y su principal sector económico, la agricultura, depende del clima. Sin embargo, afrontamos los daños como nosotros como país no hemos provocado. Por eso vemos con preocupación algunos puntos referentes a la meta global de adaptación y consideramos imperativo tener en cuenta en todo momento el principio de responsabilidad común pero diferenciada. La adaptación no solo es una prioridad nacional, sino que es un tema de suma urgencia. Esta COP inició con esperanzas acerca del resultado del primer balance mundial para definir en conjunto cómo abordaríamos un desafío común respecto a la urgencia de la crisis climática que apuntan al objetivo de los 1.5 grados. Con relación al llamado a los esfuerzos globales para la reducción de gases de efecto invernadero diferentes al CO2, en particular del metano, mencionado en el párrafo 28, inciso F del documento sobre balance global, el Paraguay observa la redacción con disconformidad y la rechaza, dado que un gran porcentaje de las actividades económicas nacionales se relacionan con el sector productivo, las que desarrollamos de manera sostenible y armónica con el ambiente. Por este motivo, creemos firmemente que se debe diferenciar entre países desarrollados y no desarrollados y solicitamos se deje constancia de esta manifestación. En materia de los esfuerzos para detener o revertir la deforestación mencionada en el párrafo 33, el Paraguay expresa su disconformidad con la redacción, la rechaza y reafirma que debe referirse específicamente a la deforestación ilegal. Y en particular, los esfuerzos se deben implementar de manera determinada nacionalmente y teniendo en cuenta las diferentes circunstancias nacionales. También solicitamos se deje constancia de esta manifestación. Creemos que nuestros esfuerzos conjuntos debe primar la determinación de dejar un digno legado a las futuras generaciones. Una política de ámbito mundial requiere al propio tiempo de todo un compromiso mundial al desarrollo que debe tener en cuenta la relación existente entre la protección del ambiente y la urgente necesidad de acelerar el progreso económico de los países en desarrollo. Los países en desarrollo no podemos renunciar al derecho al desarrollo, que es un derecho humano inalienable. Así ha sido reconocido por las Naciones Unidas y la acción climática forma parte del desarrollo sostenible al cual aspiramos todos los pueblos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to invite France. France, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, je souhaite m'aligner avec la déclaration de l'Union européenne et souligner à titre national les points suivants. L'accord de la COP28 qui vient d'être adopté est une victoire du multilatéralisme. Notre accord est aussi une victoire pour le climat. 8 ans après l'accord de Paris, nous avons franchi une étape très importante pour limiter le dérèglement climatique. Le texte contient du langage fort sur les énergies fossiles, en appelant pour la première fois à leur sortie progressive, en cohérence avec l'objectif des 1,5 degrés. C'est la première fois que tous les pays convergent sur ce point et je souhaite remercier toutes les parties car je sais combien certaines sont sorties de leur zone de confort comme nous y invitait la présidence de la COP28. L'accord nous fixe une grande ambition pour les renouvelables et l'efficacité énergétique et mentionne pour la première fois le nucléaire tout en faisant une place à la sobriété énergétique. C'est un résultat sans précédent qui envoie un signal fort à l'ensemble des acteurs et au marché. Nous aurions bien sûr souhaité que le texte prenne des engagements plus forts sur le charbon ou sur le méthane. Le texte reprend les messages les plus importants des scientifiques du GIEC pour tenir la trajectoire d'1,5 degré, pic de nos émissions d'ici 2025, baisse de nos émissions de 43% d'ici 2030 et de 60% d'ici 2035. Cet engagement, la France et l'Union européenne le relèvent en ayant inscrit dans le marbre de la loi la baisse de nos émissions d'ici 2030 à 55%. L'année dernière, nous les avons baissées de 2,7%. Ici, à Dubaï, nous avons également adopté le fonds pertes et dommages. La France a tout fait pour aboutir à ce compromis et remercie la présidence d'avoir mis beaucoup d'énergie à obtenir un accord dès le démarrage de la COP. Enfin, cet accord reprend le travail du président de la République française à la suite du sommet de Paris et la conclusion du pacte de Paris pour les peuples et la planète, notamment sur les financements innovants, y compris les taxations. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, nous avons tous travaillé très dur pour arriver à ce résultat et je souhaite saluer et remercier du fond du cœur les pays, les ministres et les représentants des pays les moins avancés, le groupe des petits États insulaires en développement, le groupe AILAC et le Brésil et tous les pays qui ont œuvré ensemble pour ce résultat sans précédent. Ensemble et avec l'Union européenne, nous avons travaillé de façon incroyable pour aboutir à ce résultat. Je n'oublierai jamais nos séances de travail et toute la passion que j'ai vue dans l'engagement de chacun des ministres. Nous devons poursuivre ce travail et cette union pour les prochaines COP. Bien sûr, le texte est le fruit d'un compromis et ne peut nous satisfaire totalement. Il ne met pas fin à la crise climatique. Nous sommes toujours sur un sentier d'émissions dramatiques. Nous allons devoir travailler encore très dur, à bas coût, à Belém et au-delà. Il faut aller plus loin sur la solidarité avec les pays du Sud, plus loin sur la justice climatique. Mais je souhaite que nous gardions cet esprit de Dubaï pour les prochaines COP, car il est indispensable pour continuer à avancer. Mes remerciements et mes plus sincères félicitations vont enfin au président de la COP28, Dr Sultan Al-Jaber, et à ses équipes, pour leur engagement de tous les instants pour parvenir à cet accord ambitieux. Monsieur le Président, je sais que vous et vos équipes ont travaillé d'arrache-pied depuis 12 mois, que vous n'avez pas transigé avec la science. Je veux vous dire que vous pouvez être collectivement fiers de ce que vous avez accompli et je vous remercie pour ce leadership sans qui aucun accord n'aurait été possible.
Thank you, France, for your statement. Allow me to invite Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Sénégal a le privilège de faire cette déclaration au nom du groupe des négociations des 46 pays les moins avancés. Le groupe s'aligne sur la position du G77 et de la Chine, du groupe africain et du groupe des pays des petits États insulaires en développement. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de remercier chaleureusement les Émirats arabes unis pour l'organisation réussie de cette COP28, ainsi que le secrétariat et tous les co-facilitateurs pour le travail acharné et l'engagement dont ils ont fait preuve toutes ces semaines durant. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, en tant que pays les moins avancés, nous sommes en première ligne de cette crise climatique à laquelle nous avons le moins contribué. Les conséquences terribles seront désastreuses, accompagnées de leur lot de morts et de larmes, continuent chaque jour d'affecter négativement la vie de plus d'1 milliard de personnes. Nous sommes venus à Dubaï avec la lourde responsabilité de répondre aux aspirations de nos concitoyens. Sur le bilan mondial, nous apprécions les avancées obtenues sur ce point. Cependant, sur de nombreuses questions, notamment le 1,5 degré, l'adaptation et les pertes et préjudices, ce résultat ne répond pas à l'ampleur ou à l'urgence de l'action climatique requise pour combler les lacunes de mise en œuvre identifiées. Maintenir la hausse des températures en dessous de 1,5 est une question essentielle pour nous les PMA. Sur la finance climatique, le bilan mondial met en évidence le vaste écart entre les besoins des pays en développement et les financements disponibles, renforçant la trajectoire d'alourdissement de la dette pour nos pays. L'année prochaine, le NCQJ devra forcément répondre à l'objectif de 1,5 degré Celsius. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, sur l'adaptation, nous apprécions tous vos efforts pour nous rapprocher d'un résultat dans le cadre du DDA. Cependant, nous demeurons préoccupés par le fait que le cadre de GCA ne bénéficie pas de moyens de mise en œuvre effectifs. Dans ce sens, des efforts devront être menés. Sur la finance climatique, nous remercions les pays qui se sont engagés à contribuer au Fonds vert climat, au Fonds sur les pertes et préjudices et au Fonds d'adaptation, au Fonds pour les pays les moins avancés et au Fonds spécial pour les changements climatiques. Toutefois, nous sommes préoccupés par la faiblesse des contributions globales à l'adaptation. Nous encourageons les pays développés à prendre des engagements supplémentaires. Nous attendons des progrès concrets concernant le doublement du financement de l'adaptation et demandons aux pays développés de fournir des informations détaillées sur leur mise en œuvre de cet objectif. L'absence de définition commune du financement climat demeure une réelle préoccupation sur la transparence du financement. En ce qui concerne les NCQJ, nous nous félicitons des modalités de travail retenues pour l'année prochaine. Nous souhaitons réaffirmer que le financement des pertes et préjudices doit faire intégrante des résultats du NCQJ. Le nouvel objectif financier devra être aligné à notre ambition de 1,5 degré Celsius et résorber le déficit de financement pour l'action climatique dans les pays en développement. Sur l'atténuation, nous sommes préoccupés par la dernière version du texte. Le libellé entourant le pic des émissions de gaz à effet de serre est faible. Nul besoin de rappeler que les pays les moins avancés sont à l'avant-garde de la crise climatique et que les impacts dépassent nos limites d'adaptation au niveau actuel de réchauffement. Mesdames, Messieurs, sur les pertes et préjudices, nous apprécions l'adoption historique de la décision relative au Fonds des pertes et préjudices et saluons les premières contributions notées. La mise en place de ce fonds constitue un premier pas dans le processus de reconnaissance des pertes et préjudices. Il s'agit, à partir de maintenant, de garantir les contributions optimales pour une utilisation judicieuse de ces fonds à la hauteur du niveau proportionné aux coûts importants et croissants des impacts du changement climatique dans nos pays et communautés vulnérables. Nous nous félicitons de la mise en œuvre du réseau de Santiago Network et attendons avec impatience le travail de consortium de l'UNDRR et de l'UNOPS en vue de l'établissement du secrétariat du réseau, conformément à la vision exprimée par les partis par l'intermédiaire du Conseil consultatif. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, Mesdames, Messieurs, le groupe des PMA reste engagé à travers toutes les parties de manière responsable et constructive pour faire avancer ce processus durant les prochaines années. Nous sommes dans le combat de notre survie et c'est le combat pour une justice climatique. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Indonesia to take the floor. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, let me reiterate our deep gratitude and appreciations to you and the people of the government of UAE for the warm welcome, excellent arrangement made for hosting the COP28. On our first day, we have adopted a long-awaited outcome on the funding arrangement for responding loss and damage, along with the commitments from countries to contribute to the funding, including from the UAE. We managed to get an agreement and balanced text on important agendas. However, understand that some aspects need to be compromised, including on our parts. We would like to congratulate the Presidency for the hard work up to this point of success, and Indonesia accept these outcomes with some crucial notes. On the global stocktake, our approach should be taking on the text as a whole, not by cherry-picking some part of the text in which might be uncomfortable for us. The specific language on transitioning away from fossil fuel must be understood in the context of different national circumstances, pathway, and approach in line with the principle of Paris Agreement. Indonesia would not accept less than that for our future references. While noting the balanced reference on the most part of the text about indigenous peoples and local communities as agreed on the Paris Agreement, we regret that on para 61, this balance is not reflected. For Indonesia, we would take into account the value of local communities as well as in the implementation. On the loss and damage, under the GST, we note of having a standing agenda item on loss and damage under COP, CMA, and its subsequent SPs. On finance, the text has indicated balanced views between the needs of developing countries and effort made by developed countries. For its implementations, action for developed countries to continue taking leads in mobilizing climate finance from a wide variety of sources and more global effort on transition in finance is matter. The fulfillment of climate finance pledge is a game changer. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, keeping the 1.5 degrees Celsius alive can only be done with action. We could not cover this goal simply by new and additional ambition alone. We need concrete implementation. Indonesia stands ready to work with all parties on the successful implementations and discussion on the remaining technical aspect as appropriate. Lastly, as others have done so, Indonesia would like to also extend its full support to Azerbaijan and Brazil as presidency of COP29 and COP2030 respectively. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Indonesia. I'd like to remind all parties of the time limit. Let's please stick to a maximum of 3 minutes. I'd also like to invite you to submit or upload your full statement on the UNFCCC website. Allow me now to invite Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Philippines thanks your excellent leadership and with your team, the extensive and inclusive consultations that were held to bring us to where we are today, the UAE consensus. The Philippines commends the key milestones achieved here at COP28 on the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund and the Santiago Network. The Philippines, as a high-risk and climate-vulnerable country, is pleased to have secured a seat in the inaugural Loss and Damage Fund Board representing the Asia-Pacific Group. As already announced by our President, we are offering to host the L&D Fund Board. Mr. President, we strongly support your initiative on Youth Climate Champion. We recognize the utmost importance of our young people, with their diverse backgrounds and circumstances, and the key roles they play in developing, prioritizing, and adopting ecological initiatives. On the decisions we have adopted, the Philippines notes with concern that the global stocktake did not result in a stronger outcome on matters relating to equity and CBDR-RC. That the GGA lacks explicit reference to CBDR-RC and the mobility and displacement issues, while further noting that the decision text nevertheless refers to national circumstances. We called for a standing agenda item on loss and damage for SBs, the CMA, and COP. This was not included, but we note and receive well the President's assurance that this will be taken up as part of the existing agenda items on the whim. On Para 28, we reiterate that nothing in this decision diminishes the existing obligation of developed countries under the Convention and its Paris Agreement, and does not impose conditionalities upon developing countries to access MOIs. On mitigation, the findings of the IPCC AR6 synthesis report has not served as a wake-up call for our current climate actions to be more ambitious to keep 1.5 alive for us to thrive and survive. On the other side of the coin, we are very pleased to see on the GST and the GGA the nexus of biodiversity and climate action. The firm commitment to use best available science, but underscoring that safeguards are in place for the conservation and protection of the environment. The adoption of the Just Transition Work Program, ensuring that transition is equitable and inclusive while minimizing the negative impacts on workers, communities, and vulnerable groups. The transition to a negotiating work modality to set the NCQG and the enhanced ways forward on scaling up adaptation finance to support the evolving needs of developing countries. And on Article 6, the continued consideration of emissions avoidance as an eligible activity under this article. Congratulations to Azerbaijan and Brazil, our hosts for COP28 and COP29. Thank you again. COP29 and COP30. Thank you again to the President and UAE for the exceptional and generous hosting. The full version of our statement will be submitted. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Morocco. You have the floor. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Excellency, Co-Presidents. I'm speaking on behalf of Morocco. The Moroccan delegation wishes to thank our brother country, the UAE, for its efforts during this conference of the parties. The outcome of the world's first global stocktake offers much to inspire, while leaving much to be desired and delivered. We must note with alarm and serious concern the latest science. In Africa, lives are at stake. The emissions of yesterday are driving climate impacts today, resulting in the loss and damage of our communities. We express our solidarity with other countries around the world who are also facing emergency threats to the existence of their communities, especially in Africa and the Arab region. In small island states, least developed countries and other developing countries suffering from crises they did not create. We welcome the UAE consensus on unprecedented new commitments, including tripling renewable energy, doubling energy efficiency, and transitioning away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. The global goal on adaptation, with its new and unprecedented collective targets, the operationalization of the loss and damage fund, which must respond to hundreds of billions of dollars being lost by developing countries. However, we join our brother countries from Africa and beyond in nothing regret that these commitments leave uncertain the means of their implementation. These commitments will remain undelivered unless supported by additional finance. We are afraid that we will not achieve these ambitions unless the developed countries meet their financial commitments under the Convention and the Paris Agreements. We would gently remind the developed countries that the Paris Agreement does include differentiation regarding the provision of finance. In the words of the Paris Agreement, developed countries must take the lead. This is based on the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. This doesn't mean that developed countries are expected to finance everything, but developing countries are already paying enormous sums, too much of our public money, for the costs of energy transition, of adaptation, and of historic loss and damage for problems we did not create. This is on the top of development efforts in tackling human poverty, education, and health across Morocco and Africa. Excellencies, Mr. President, as Morocco, of course, we want to achieve emissions neutrality, to phase out pollution energies, and to adapt to climate change. But to fully do so, we need new and additional grant equivalent public finance. In this sense, we note with concern what seem to be efforts in recent years to dilute the principle of equity and responsibilities of developed countries. We are now in the most difficult part of the Paris Agreement, the era of implementation, which requires responsible conversations about the inadequacy of the means of implementation. In this regard, we look forward to agreements at COP29 of a new collective quantified goal with layers including provisions
as well as mobilization, responding to mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. This will give us the confidence that we can deliver the ambition agreed today. We look forward to COP29 in Azerbaijan, and thank you.
Thank you. May I ask Norway, please? Norway, you have the floor. And I remind all parties of the time limits, please. Maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to commend the Presidency, the Norwegian delegation and all parties present for the immense job undertaken both before and during this COP. We have together taken a decision on the first global stocktake under the Paris Agreement, and that's historic. It shows that the Paris Agreement is working. We are taking big steps in the right direction. At the same time, we recognize that we are not on track. Now we must step up our actions. This decision is a step up, an obligation for all of us. For the first time ever, we have had a real discussion on fossil fuels phase-out. Even though we, as many others like Samoa, wanted stronger language, the commitment to transition away from fossil fuels in our energy systems is groundbreaking and cannot be misunderstood. Not by governments, not by markets, not by anyone. We also agree on other crucial elements, such as the importance of conserving, protecting and restoring nature and ecosystems, and that we must substantially reduce methane. With today's decisions, we can keep 1.5 alive. However, international agreements does not cut emissions by itself. The real job starts now. Now it is up to all of us to follow up on our commitment and implement it. And on implementation, we have a long way to go. We had higher hopes for the mitigation work program to give us guidance on how to accelerate the just energy transition, and the decision does not deliver on that. We are glad we have an outcome on adaptation that will bolster adaptation efforts, supported by the new framework on the global goal on adaptation. And on finance flows and means of implementation, we recognize the critical role of public finance to support the implementation of action in developing countries, in particular for adaptation. At the same time, we need to scale up and align all financial flows in accordance with Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. We look forward to further work on Article 2.1c as a follow-up of the GST. The language on human rights are deeply concerning. Human rights are not something parties should be encouraged to take into account. Human rights must be respected, promoted and fulfilled. Dear all, in 1992, countries joined the Convention on Climate Change as a framework for international cooperation to combat climate change. That's 30 years ago, and in those 31 years, we have moved in the wrong direction. I'm 31. And I very much plan to stick around for the next 31 years. The decision today should frame the majority of my life and the life of many others. Our decision is groundbreaking, but only if we utilize it to create meaningful impact and follow up. Societies do not follow some predefined path. They are built by people, by us. Together, we can design the societies, the world that we want for the future. Let's act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I'd like to invite Ghana to take the floor. Ghana, you have the floor.
Excellencies, esteemed guests and colleagues, it's a great sense of honor that I speak for Ghana and on behalf of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, representing 58 countries with a population of about 1.4 billion. We thank the COP presidency, COP28 presidency, for the distinguished service so far rendered to this meeting. We thank all staff for their dedication and commitment to duty. Dr. Jabber, we've seen how you've conducted yourself during this meeting, your inclusiveness and fairness, and your listening ability to everybody. We do know that this COP has generated and delivered things that we've never dreamt that would be done, especially the Loss and Damage Fund. We also do recognize the global stocktake, and that is where we think things could have been done in a fair manner and a more balanced approach. The global stocktake, we had a huge and high impact that it was going to change and is going to deliver things for us. But what we've seen in the letter written needs to be firmed up and be more balanced and fairly written. Yes, we in the developing countries, Africa and the climate vulnerable, at the receiving end of the climate crisis, deserve to be listened to and appreciated in more better ways than paragraph 28 seems to be doing. In one breath, we are giving timelines that we are supposed to all indicate a transition away from fossil fuels. And in another paragraph, a timeline is left vague. We think we should look at these 2050, 2030 timelines if we are going to stick to net zero as a point. You can't say developing countries that have recently found fossil fuels and using it for development should transition away from it by 2050. The emphasis on 2050. And then other greenhouse gas emitting, not CO, like methane, should just reduce in a manner that is appreciated. I don't think there's fairness there. And we hope that, yes, a lot has been achieved with the funds and mitigation and adaptation, but going forward, in Baku and Berlin, we'll see to probably be better paragraph 28. Thank you, Excellency, and we would upload our statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Iraq, you have the floor. Iraq, you have the floor.
السيد الرئيس، في اليوم الأخير لمؤتمر الأطراف 22 التغيرات المناخية في دبي، نتقدم بالشكر والتقدير للأشقاء في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على حسن التنظيم والضيافة، ونتقدم بالشكر لرئاسة المؤتمر ولكم شخصيا لما بذلتموه من جهود لإنجاح هذا المؤتمر. إن جمهورية العراق تدعم ما جاء في كلمة الوفد السعودي الشقيق نيابة عن المجموعة العربية، ونؤكد على ضرورة الالتزام بما ورد في مبادئ الاتفاقية الإطارية واتفاق باريس، وبالأخص المسؤولية المشتركة لكن المتباينة والمسؤولية التاريخية في حدود ظاهرة الاحتباس الحراري، والسعي الجاد والحثيث في تحقيق الهدف العالمي في خفض معدل درجة الحرارة العالمية أقل من 2 درجات مئوية، ومواصلة الجهود لعدم وصولها إلى 1.5 درجة مئوية من خلال خفض الانبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة في جميع القطاعات ومن مختلف مصادر الانبعاثات دون تحديد قطاع أو مصدر معين للانبعاثات، مع إلزامية الخفض بالنسبة للدول المتقدمة كونها المسؤولة تاريخيا عن حصول مشكلة التغيرات المناخية، وطواعيته بالنسبة للبلدان النامية باعتبارها بلدان متأثرة بهذه الظاهرة، وبحسب ما تم تقديمه من وثائق المساهمات الوطنية وفقا للظروف والاحتياجات الوطنية. وبناء على ذلك نود بيان تحفظنا بخصوص ما جاء في المادة 28، إذ يجب أن لا نركز على نوع الوقود المستخدم، وإنما نركز على تحقيق التحول الآمن والعادل والتدريجي وبما يضمن العدالة الاجتماعية ومصالح الشعوب، مع التأكيد على مبادئ العدالة والإنصاف في تطبيق جميع عناصر اتفاق باريس بشفافية، والتي من بينها تعهد الدول المتقدمة بتمويل صندوق المناخ الأخضر ب$100 مليار سنويا اعتبارا من عام 2020، وبما يسهم في دعم البلدان النامية في التكيف مع تأثير تغيرات المناخ في القطاعات الهشة المتأثرة والقابلة للتأثر بهذه التغييرات، لكي لا نترك أحدا خلف الركب. ونؤكد على ضرورة دعم الدول النامية بالموارد المالية اللازمة وبناء القدرات ونقل التكنولوجيا وبما ينسجم مع تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة ومكافحة الفقر والازدهار الاقتصادي وبناء مستقبل مرن مستدام للأجيال القادمة. يرجو العراق من الرئاسة الكريمة تثبيت ما ورد في أعلاه من ملاحظات كموقف رسمي لجمهورية العراق، شاكرين جهود جميع الجهود المتوافرة والوفود في هذه القاعة لجهودهم في إنجاح المؤتمر. ختاما لا يفوتنا إلا أن نذكر إخواننا في فلسطين، حفظ الله فلسطين وشعبها ورحم شهدائهم وشافى جرحاهم. الهدف كوكب واحد، مستقبل واحد، أجيال واحدة نعمل سوية على استدامتها. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Iraq. Japan, you have the floor. Japan, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to commend the efforts of the presidency and all the parties for having reached this successful conclusion at this critical COP. I recall that we successfully adopted the decision on the funding arrangements and the fund responding to loss and damage on the very first day of COP28. Further, I welcome the successful conclusion of the first global stocktake under the Paris Agreement. Through the intensive 2 weeks discussions, we witnessed the power of collective resolve, the strength of unity, and the spirit of global cooperations, despite the differences among parties. The climate crisis strikes every country, disregarding the borders and regions. Now, all parties must move forward and show the highest ambition towards 1.5-degree goal in the next NDC, and realize tangible emission reductions reflecting the outcomes of the global stocktake. Let me remind you that Article 6 of the Paris Agreement enabled to mobilize private finance and deepen global efforts for emissions reductions. We should not forget that Article 6 is indispensable for the achievement of 1.5-degree goal. We call on all parties to find solutions for full operationalization at COP29. May the decisions made in this room inspire nations, communities, and individuals to accelerate progress towards a sustainable and resilient future. I thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give Palau the floor. Palau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I take the floor on behalf of the PCIDS, and we fully align with the statement made by Samoa on behalf of AOSIS. The UAE has set a new bar in the execution and organization of the COP, and we thank you, your team, and the UNFCCC Secretariat for your dedication and tremendous effort in bringing us to the outcome we stand on today. Mr. President, as mentioned by our colleague from Bangladesh, your people were pearl divers, and within a very short time, you have envisioned and transformed your country into a modern vision of the future. The people of UAE are visionary, and Mr. President, today the UAE delivered on a new vision for our world, one without fossil fuels. As the Pacific SIDS, one of the groups most vulnerable to climate change, we thank you. Mr. President, we understand the difficulties of multilateralism and the incredible challenge of getting 200 countries to agree on something as critical as the GST in writing. We want to acknowledge and celebrate that our 1.5-degree North Star is clear as our guiding light, and science and the IPCC are also strongly referenced as the basis for our objective decision-making. However, it would be remiss of us not to mention our concerns with loopholes in the text that create difficulties in reaching the path ahead that avoids breaching 1.5. The phrase energy systems instead of a full economy transition in the move away from fossil fuels is one such loophole, as are carbon capture and storage mechanisms, which are unproven and uneconomic technologies that divert investment and focus. We are concerned about the language regarding fossil fuel subsidies and transition fuels. Nevertheless, we need to set sail and course correct quickly, and we need to work together. That means all parties must deliver on their new 1.5 aligned NDCs through various means of implementation, specifically on financing and access to finance. Mr. President, we also want to thank the UAE for being the first developing country to contribute to the soon-to-be-named Loss and Damage Fund, which we see as a critical development in getting it adopted and over the line. We thank the various donors for hearing our call to support those most vulnerable to climate change. We look forward to continuing to work together and accelerating our progress on our way to Azerbaijan and to Brazil in sailing towards our North Star of 1.5 degrees. Mr. President, in my language, Masulang, I thank you.
Thank you. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Nigeria appreciates the leadership of the COP presidency and the government of UAE for hosting a wonderful COP28. We appreciate the progresses that have been made at this COP and the good prominence that is given to nature-based solutions. As well captured in our national statement of Nigeria during the opening plenary, despite the heavy burden of climate change on Nigeria, Nigeria will continue to play a part in fighting the menace of climate change. Science has shown clearly that developing countries like Nigeria have minimal contribution to climate change, yet we are the most vulnerable to the adverse consequences. There are widespread evidence of damage caused by climate change affecting sustainable development goals and sustainable development. Particularly, climate change presents huge challenges to Nigeria's current development priorities, especially in the area of food security, ending poverty, economic growth, job creation, access to capital, inclusivity, and national security. Currently, in Nigeria, we are on the path of implementing sectoral policy measures, which includes the ETP, developing long-term, low-emission development strategies, climate change, and mitigation initiatives. There is no doubt, Mr. President, that the text just adopted is leaving a lot of African and Nigerian questions unanswered. Some of those questions were briefly itemized by Zambia, speaking on behalf of the African group. The questions on means of implementation, quadruple adaptation finance, and so on, needs to be answered. Nigeria, therefore, aligns with the statement made by our broader developing countries, including Ghana, Iraq, and Senegal. We note that some of the outcomes of COP28 could become suffocating to economic growth of developing countries, which should not be the goal of climate actions. To move the world in a just, equitable manner towards 1.5, the developed countries need to be more forthcoming
in providing support to developing countries like Nigeria in the form of large-scale investments, technological transfers, capacity building, and funding. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nigeria, for your statement. I now give the floor to the United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, my delegation sincerely expresses its gratitude to you, Mr. President, for your leadership that has brought us to this historical moment. The adoption of the UAE consensus on GST, on the GGA, the Just Transition Work Program, loss and damage, and many other decisions is not only historical, but also reaffirms the UAE's vision that the world can indeed collectively unite, act, and deliver on climate action in an inclusive manner. Mr. President, when we came here as a delegation, we had a mission that has now partially been fulfilled by adoption of these decisions today. The operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund here in Dubai and its early capitalization, in particular by the UAE, will go down into history under your name. Mr. President, the adoption of the UAE consensus is not only crucial for the United Republic of Tanzania, but for the continent as well. It is now a guiding decision to all parties to scale up their actions towards the 1.5 degrees agenda. The decision is particularly important towards availing adequate means of implementation for the decisions agreed today. It is extremely critical that all adaptation and mitigation actions are linked to adequate financing, technology, and human capital development. We invite investment, financing, and technology transfer that are consistent with the scale of the problem, that will not lead our countries to more debt stress, and that will focus on actions that consider the need to accelerate sustainable development and better livelihood of our communities. As we unlock the Just Energy Transition Work Program, and as my President, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, appealed at the beginning of this conference, we need to ensure a gender-inclusive just energy transition, ensuring that clean cooking is part of this global just energy transition agenda, particularly for Africa, where we still have over 900 million people without clean cooking solutions. We are convinced that parties will deliver on what we have committed today. We are confident that the just transition pathways will not undermine the principles of the Convention, the Paris Agreement, and the right to development. The United Republic of Tanzania, therefore, looks forward to working with you, Mr. President, as we unlock this historical consensus in all areas in the months and the years to come. Let me once again reiterate my delegation's sincere gratitude to you, the entire UAE team, and the UNFCCC Secretariat for such an historical COP. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Tanzania. New Zealand.
Thank you, Mr. President. I start by aligning with the statements made by Australia on behalf of the Umbrella Group. Every party, every stakeholder in this room, every person outside and in our home countries relies on us to act. We started with a historic decision on day one, operationalising the fund for addressing loss and damage. We looked to build the framework for the global goal on adaptation, and we have done so. On mitigation, we came to Dubai looking to follow our guiding star of 1.5 and to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. While there is hard work to do, with the decision on the global stocktake, we have taken a crucial step to move forward. This year is a turning point for the global energy system. First, the International Energy Agency has shown that the demand for fossil fuels will peak in this decade. Now, with this decision, countries have committed to get to net zero energy and build a world that no longer relies on fossil fuels. This makes a clear signal to the global economy and markets, a shift in global investment, and the beginning of the permanent global decline for fossil fuels. Parties have agreed to align their next NDCs with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees and make them cover all sectors, all gases. New Zealand recognises the work of the Alliance of Small Island States, first to establish a 1.5 degree limit and now to ensure that we deliver it. New Zealand acknowledges the serious concerns raised by Samoa on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. We will act on the science. New Zealand stands with our Pacific neighbours, and we reaffirm our commitment to you and your future. New Zealand knows that the hard work to implementation is ahead, and we must not delay. But President, we are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with you and others in this room to take this step forward. Lastly, New Zealand thanks deeply our hosts of the UAE and President Dr. Sultan Al Jaber for their exceptional hosting and leadership. Thank you all, colleagues. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, New Zealand. I now give the floor to Italy.
Thanks, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, dear friends, the agreement reached here is an historical achievement. It takes into account all the most relevant aspects of the Paris Agreement and the profoundly different demands of the various states, which, however, recognize a common and objective ground guided by science. For this reason, the agreement reached can be considered both balanced and profitable for this historical phase, characterized by strong international tensions that weigh on the transition process. Italy, within the framework of the European commitment, has been engaged and determined until the last moment for the best possible results. About fossil fuels, in the agreement, there is a clear message of acceleration towards their progressive elimination, recognizing their transitional role. We have for the first time a common language on transitioning away from fossil fuels for net zero emissions by 2050. The agreement highlights the need for deep and rapid reductions in greenhouse gas emissions within a framework of strong affirmation of renewable energies and
Hello. Finally, Groundhog Day comes to a close. Let me just say that I'm pleased to be here with my friend of, gosh, more than 25 years, Xia Zhenhua, who's been a partner in this climate fight with many people for these years. And 2.5 years ago, Xia Zhenhua and I met in Shanghai in the middle and even early stages of COVID in order to try to re-energize the bilateral engagement to address the climate crisis during this critical decade. In Glasgow, with a great deal of back and forth in the weeks leading up and months leading up, we agreed to take concrete mitigation actions in parallel and to establish a working group to carry out pragmatic cooperation. Most recently, we released the Sunnylands Statement, which addressed both of the national actions of the two countries, such as agreement to accelerate renewables deployment to substitute for fossil fuels, and the elements that we both considered we should be included in the global stocktake here in Dubai. We both hope and are pleased that we think our joint work not only advanced our respective national efforts, but also reflected at the COP in many ways throughout the creating of momentum and providing substantive ideas. And indeed, we met periodically throughout the time here in order to try to make sure that we both felt we could come up with an agreement that could be supported broadly. In the case of COP28, the contribution included, among other things, our agreement to submit 2035 national determined contributions that are economy-wide and cover all greenhouse gases, which is critical to getting the kind of mitigation effort we need in the future. And also we wanted to encourage others to do the same thing. The Paris Agreement and the global stocktake both stress the importance of developing and updating long-term strategies in order to reduce emissions and enhance resilience. 2 years ago, the United States and China agreed to both submit updates to our long-term strategies by the Glasgow COP. We did exactly that, and today we are announcing our mutual intention to again revisit and update long-term strategies going forward. So we just wanted to highlight that, and I wanted a chance to thank Xie Zhenhua for the efforts we've made together. Thank you.
啊，谢谢我的好朋友这个克里国务卿，刚才他先做了一个介绍，我完全同意他刚才介绍的中美两国在气候变化领域我们合作的一些情况。
I'd like to thank my good friend, Secretary John Kerry, for his opening, and I agree with him very much on his assessment of China-US cooperation in climate change.
我们两个这个特使呢，带着我们特使团队，在11月，根据习近平主席和拜登总统的要求，我们要一起共同来坚持多边主义，推动巴黎协定的落实。我们在阳光之乡，举行了这个会谈，进行了诚恳的、坦率的、深入的、这个友好的这个交谈。最后呢，达成在两国元首会晤之前，我们达成了应对气候危机的这个阳光之乡声明。
Under the instructions of President Xi and President Biden, our two special envoys, together with our teams, have spent some days in Sunnylands in California in this November. And under the principle of upholding multilateralism and promoting the implementation of the Paris Agreement, we had candid, frank, in-depth and friendly exchanges. And finally, we adopted the China-US joint Sunnyland statement for addressing the climate crisis before our two presidents' summit.
这个两国元首批准的联合声明呢，主要是讲，第一，我们总结了这个彼此的在落实巴黎协定、采取气候行动的进展情况，而且呢，我们商定要支持阿联酋成功的举办一次 COP28。另外呢，我们还商定中美两个最大的国家要在气候变化这个领域加强交流和合作，因此呢，我们决定建立联合工作组，要开展务实的行动来推动多边的进程，落实彼此的 NDC。
So in this joint Sunnyland statement, which we have both gained the approval from our presidents, we agreed that first, we both reviewed our respective progress in implementing the Paris Agreement and the climate actions we have taken domestically, and we agreed that we will work together to support the UAE presidency in hosting a successful COP28. And also, as the world's two largest countries, we agreed that we will work together to enhance our exchanges and cooperation in climate change. And therefore, we decided that we will operationalize the joint working group to address climate change. This is to promote more pragmatic actions, to promote the multilateral process, and also to better implement our respective NDCs.
我们在迪拜已经落实了两国联合声明的一个内容，就是支持 COP28 取得成功。在陷入僵局的时候，我跟克里先生两国团队提出了一个打破僵局的一些建议，最后呢，这个大会取得了成功。感谢克里国务卿和我们一起做的努力。
And here in Dubai, we have already fulfilled part of what we agreed in Sunnylands, that is working together to promote a successful COP28. When the negotiations were getting stuck, we worked together and provided some joint proposals to unlock the deadlock in the negotiations and facilitated the success of the COP. So here I'd also like to thank Secretary Kerry and his team for the good cooperation.
我们还商定根据巴黎协定的要求和这次全球盘点的成果，我们来各自呢来评价一下我们气候行动的长期方案、长期战略，然后再尽快的能够更新我们的 NDC， 来调整我们整个的长期发展战略，最后呢来落实巴黎协定和全球盘点之后的目标。
We also agreed that following the requirements of the Paris Agreement and also the suggestions made in the outcome for the first global stocktake, China and the US will respectively re-evaluate our respective long-term strategies for climate actions, and then based on that, update our NDCs so as to better implement the Paris Agreement.
我们还商定尽快的来启动两国的气候变化联合工作组，其中包括能源转型、循环经济、甲烷、低碳可持续省州和城市4个工作组，加紧启动开展活动，落实我们所各自的 NDC 来推动多边进程。
We also agreed that we will operationalize our joint working group on climate change as soon as possible so that we can get the work started under the 4 thematic sub-working groups themed on energy transition, circular economy, methane emission control, and also low-carbon sustainable states sub-national cooperation, so that we can better implement our NDCs and promote the multilateral process.
最后我再讲一点，就是这次 COP28 是巴黎协定达成生效8周年。这次会议期间呢，是我的老朋友80岁生日，我的孙子8岁的孙子和我的家人专程的赶到这次会上，向我的老朋友祝贺80岁生日。我们祝他身体健康， 祝他们全家幸福。
And finally, I'd also like to say this year, or more exactly yesterday, marks the 8th anniversary of the adoption and coming into effect of the Paris Agreement. And it was also during this COP, my old friend, Secretary Kerry, celebrated his 80th birthday. And also I especially invited my family and my 8-year-old grandson, especially traveled to Dubai and said happy birthday to my friend, Mr. Kerry. So here I'd also like to invite you to join me to wish my good and old friend good health and also happy life, happiness to his family.
我孙子问我说：“这个你们80岁了还在工作，这么多人在这儿谈判，有叔叔阿姨，还有大哥哥大姐姐，怎么这么多人呢？”我说：“这就是气候变化这个事业，一代一代都有人，我们后继有人，而且呢，我们这个事业肯定是会可持续的。”
And my 8-year-old grandson asked me, "Why are you still working so hard at your age? And why there are so many people, and my elder brothers, elder sisters, and also uncles and aunties, so many people, they are participating in the intense negotiations for such long hours here?" So I said, because we are all passionate for this common cause of addressing climate change. And I believe with our younger generations, this cause will be carried forward generations after generations. Our cause must well be surely sustainable.
我有幸在我的这个职业生涯当中结识了我的好朋友，我们有20多年的友谊，我们一起努力，让我们这个世界更美好。
I feel so lucky that I can make such a good friend like Secretary Kerry. We have been friends for over 20 years. I hope we can continue to work together to make this world a better place.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. His grandson is drop dead. Unbelievable. He's great. Thank you, Caesar. Thank you so much. Terrific. Thank you. Is it? You know, I'm happy to do it here. Seated. Is that easier? Really grateful to Shizema for his comments. So, thanks for joining us today, particularly today, which has turned out to be what all of us worked for. Thank you, sir. I want to first thank the entire UAE team that has really, and the other parties. As I said earlier in the plenary, I mean, it really is amazing for so many people to come together believing in the multilateral process, which is tested sorely as you look around the world. And the spirit of cooperation that was here, with people passionately feeling either that their issue didn't get enough or that there wasn't sufficient effort. The people understood the bigger picture. And I think we all should recognize the special nature of the finding of common ground for something as broad and complicated as this, where the stakes are high, economically, socially, politically, in human terms. It doesn't get bigger. The global stocktake addresses an issue that is at the core of the climate crisis. For the very first time at a COP, fossil fuels have been on the table as a major part of our negotiations. And the decision that came out of this clearly embraces transitioning away from fossil fuels in energy systems so as to achieve net zero by 2050. That is a clear, unambiguous message on one of the most complicated issues that we face. And the first and easiest thing that countries need to do to make this commitment real is to stop building new unabated coal. And we will continue to fight for that. I'm very grateful for the efforts of people around the world who helped us reach this outcome. And there were just so many people engaged in this. I thank the folks at the White House who supported us, particularly on some difficult finance issues. We stepped up and stood up, and I think have changed the dynamic that existed in prior years before President Biden came to office. And I thank the President for his huge support on the climate frontier, not the least of which the major impact of the new legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act. Just a few months ago, youth organizers led more than 70,000 people in marching through the streets around the UN General Assembly calling for action on fossil fuels. Clearly, you all know we were outspoken about it. I said in my press statement a week ago, we would have liked to have seen even greater ambition. Yeah. And it was called for by the people around the world who understand the clear implication of how we burn fossil fuel and the nature of the climate crisis. So small island states, from whom we heard this morning a passionate call, and with whom we met many times in New York and here, for them, this is an immediate crisis, not something down the road and in the future. So we will continue to press for a more rapid transition. But we have the United Nations COP process clearly on record now as demanding that we fully embrace that transition. We supported the call for clearer language about the need to largely phase out fossil fuels. But look, given the makeup of this 195-nation entity, it's pretty clear that was more than a steep climb. And, you know, we hardly expected certain countries to show up saying, oh, yeah, we're just going to turn around and do that immediately. But they did sign on, and they are transitioning. And that transition, I am convinced, because of the marketplace, is going to just accelerate and accelerate. As we agreed to in the Sunnyland statement, we in the PRC released our previous release prior to the COP, a document that calls for the NDCs to be economy-wide. That is a big deal because methane was 50% of the warming, and it was left out completely. So we now have methane contained within the goals. And in addition, a much stronger and clearer call on 1.5 degrees aligned NDCs than we have ever heard before. And the concept of 1.5, there's no 2 or well below 2. It's 1.5, folks. And it's mentioned 13 times in this document. So that is a major impact. The text also aligns with the decisions that the marketplace has already made. The message coming out of this COP is we are moving away from fossil fuels. We're not turning back. That is the future. And the United States is going to continue to lead the charge on this, on the home front through investments in the Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law. Investments that are bolstering our economic and energy security while also bringing down the costs of clean energy technologies on a global basis. And let me just emphasize, at least at home in the United States, I think this is true elsewhere, the fastest growing job sectors, folks, are in the clean energy sector. And it's going to continue to grow. There's work, amazing work to be done, and there will be new technologies and new methodologies coming online. This is a transition that is not only inevitable, it's imperative in order for us to preserve life and keep the planet the way we want it. In addition to the progress on mitigation, this COP has also successfully delivered a framework on the global goal on adaptation, providing momentum to increasing resilience to the increasingly severe climate impacts facing communities around the world. On finance, this outcome makes abundantly clear that we must transform the international financial system to pursue and achieve our climate goals, and that we've already started. We're already moving in that direction with the spring meeting last year of the World Bank, the fall meeting of the World Bank in Marrakesh. We now have greater lending capacity, literally more than doubling the amount of money that was able to come from the World Bank. We have mechanisms that we are creating, including the ETA and others in the LEAF Coalition, which will deal with forests, which will help us be able to deploy funds that are sorely needed to achieving our goals. The global stocktake also underscores that we have to continue to drive investments in climate action at all levels. We have to put policies in place to incentivize the flow of finance away from things that put our shared prosperity at risk. And with 190 plus countries coming together, folks, around this result, it's obvious that no one country can do this by itself. They neither have enough money, nor would their going to zero tomorrow have the kind of impact we have to have on the planet. So the decision today makes clear that we are going to stand by and support our partners in developing countries every step of the way. President Biden has made that clear. He is committed to these efforts. Last week, he announced the U.S. climate finance is expected to exceed $9.5 billion in 2023, on track to meet the president's pledge of over $11 billion in 2024. And that includes a significant scaling up of adaptation finance through the president's emergency plan for adaptation and resilience. We also do not want to lose sight of what we achieved in just the first week of this conference, starting with an unprecedented adoption of a major item on the first day of a COP to operationalize the loss and damage funding arrangements, leading to over $700 million in immediate pledges from both developed and developing countries. We also made major announcements across a number of sectors, from $1 billion in new grant funding for methane to over 40 new announcements to cut emissions from shipping. And shipping is on track to turn over its entire fleet over the course of the next 20 years and produce carbon-free ships. We made progress in elevating critical issues such as gender, health, peace, and food systems, some of which, for the first time, had dedicated days here at the COP. So in closing, I will note that I was very privileged to lead our delegation as Secretary of State when we produced the Paris Agreement in 2015. At that time, my friends, the world was headed clearly to 3.7 to 4 degrees Celsius warming on the planet. As a response, parties came together to try to limit the warming then to, remember, well below 2 degrees and aspire to hit 1.5. Now it is crystal clear how much of a North Star, how critical it has become to try to hit the 1.5. So it's really been a privilege to be here 8 years later after the adoption of the first global stocktake, with nations around the world committed to taking actions to keep 1.5 degrees alive. That is the progression of incredible growing levels of ambition, growing levels of engagement, growing levels of private sector involvement, growing levels of NGO commitment, growing levels of building bipartisanship across the aisle. And we met with Republican, Democrats alike in the congressional codel that came. So, my friends, I think we're on a road. We have a lot of work to do, but we have a roadmap by which to proceed. With that, let me open it up to any questions.
Secretary Kerry, should I stand up or are we stand? Secretary Kerry, this is Tim Foucault, Washington Post. Thank you so much for doing this. Appreciate the list of all the reasons that the Paris process might have succeeded, but one thing that global stocktake on the whole also outlines is the shortcomings and the gaps that still remain. And in this deal, there are plenty of compromises too. I'll point out energy systems in particular and the potential loopholes that creates for fossil fuels continued use and plastics, fertilizer, potentially even transportation. I'd love it if you have a bit of an explanation on the problems or shortcomings that may cause, and just beyond that, more broadly, considering some of those compromises in there, why you think people should believe that this will actually work and make a big difference?
Thanks for the question. It's a very good one. Look, multilateralism requires countries with very different political structures, very different economies, very different capacities to all come together to accomplish a goal. And we've known since Paris. I mean, there have been 28 COPs. I can remember Kyoto, where we tried to make it mandatory, and it failed. And then subsequently in Paris, to get people moving in the right direction, there was a compromise, that everybody would come up with their own levels. And we would rely on peer pressure and on technologies and on wise decision-making to accelerate the process. Now, would I love it if certain countries had come here and signed on the dotted line and said, we're finished? Yeah, in the next 10 years, we'll cut all of our... But no. You know, one minister from one of those countries involved said, John, you can't ask us to commit economic suicide. And that's what some believed they would have had to do in order to sign up. So I never thought that we're going to have the kind of breadth that we have today in this, to be honest with you. This is a process that's complicated because it was decided years ago when this was set up in 1992 that one country has a veto. One country can say no to the whole thing. That actually makes it even more remarkable that as much ambition is contained in this document. Now, we have to obviously push, but I'll tell you what's going to make the greatest difference in my judgment. The signal that comes out of here today is that the whole world is going to be moving even harder to try to make this happen. And you know what that does? That sends a signal that there's a new marketplace. Demand, we already know, is going to turn downwards for fossil fuels in a couple of years, few years, according to the IEA. That's because electric vehicles are being deployed. The more electric vehicles that are deployed, the less demand there is for gasoline. And the same with respect to power. The power sector is transitioning to renewables. 90+% of all the new electricity in the United States of America that came online this past year was from renewables, not from the dirty power sources. So I think bankers, people who fund, people who invest in the long run, are going to make a different set of choices. They're going to stop saying, I can get paid back on this over the next 30 years, because they know that's not going to be happening over the next 30 years. So this is a sea change moment. But it doesn't mean you've solved everything overnight. We have to keep pushing. We have to keep, going forward. But it is tough. And the fact that people signed on, even some of these countries that have difficulties, to an energy, to a transition away from fossil fuels, will be judged by everybody in the world. Try coming to the next COP and not have done anything. Try putting out a revision on your long-term strategy and not be actually facing up to your challenges. So I am really feeling like we're turning a corner. This is a big ship you have to turn. You all know from the Titanic and other things, you can turn that wheel hard over and it'll take a mile to, it takes a long time before the ship turns. And that's where we are. But I think it's speeding up by the day. And I'm encouraged by what we have here. But I'm not sitting back on my heels and saying this does it. We got a lot of work still to do, and we'll continue to do it.
Secretary Kerry, John Gambrell with the Associated Press. Given how difficult it was to reach this agreement here, was there any particular point in the negotiation that really stood out for you as a moment where you had despair or were worried that we wouldn't actually reach to where we were today? And separately, how do you think this is going to be digested back home, given that we're coming up on an election year with potentially very stark choices? Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to get into the election part of it. That's beyond my mandate here at this point. But I believe that the first part of your question is the moment. Well, I think the last few days have been the most complicated and most dicey because it starts to get really real as you come into this final moment. So once you finish the first week and second week and the statements and everything are out, the ministers arrive, and with the ministers here, you get into the really nitty-gritty of trying to come up with an agreement. I think there were times in the last 48 hours where some of us thought this could fail. And we began to look at that prospect and to contemplate it, but we stayed at it. And people that, showed good faith. I mean, there are people who stepped up. I mean, there are a number of countries that produce oil and gas. You know who they are, I mean, among them. But they stepped up and said, we want this to succeed. We want to move forward. And they said, we are transitioning. Saudi Arabia, for instance, is a very big producer. And Prince Abdulaziz, came and stayed and negotiated and said, I will accept the idea of embracing a transition away, knowing what that means. But if you look at Saudi Arabia is deploying a huge amount of renewables. Saudi Arabia is invested in a green initiative. There are a lot of things happening. Those are the kinds of things that I mean that are taking place all around the world. And not every country is stepping up, but I think they're going to, because their analysts are going to have to look at where the energy market is going and what people are going to demand. Big companies, for instance. The biggest companies in the world do not want to go to a place that has dirty fuel because they can't do Scope 3, let alone their own Scope 1 and 2. So the companies, that are part of the First Movers Coalition and others who are particularly sensitive to the implications of this transition, they're not going to go situate themselves in a place where activists and others and analysts are going to sit there and say, you're crazy. You can never meet your goals. So I think we are in a transition, folks. I've said this before, I'll say it again. I am convinced we will move to a low-carbon, no-carbon economy globally over time. I am not convinced yet that we will do so at the pace the scientists are telling us so that we avoid the worst consequences of the crisis. That's our challenge. Speed it up, bring it to scale, bigger, faster. And the economies of the world are not going to suffer in that. That transition means making transmission lines, building out solar fields, wind farms. Who knows what happens with fusion and battery storage? There are about 88 new battery companies that have grown up in the United States in the last months because of the Inflation Reduction Act. So there's a lot happening. And I think people need to be honest about their appraisal of this and not just, on ideological terms or non-factual terms or disinformation terms, start trashing something which is essential to the quality of life of every American, of every person in every country in the world.
Hi, Valerie Volkovici with Reuters. The United States continues to be a major exporter of liquefied natural gas. How much longer would you consider gas to be a transitional fuel? There's a mention of that in the text. And should the language have been stronger around that? And when can we expect the U.S. to kind of move away from LNG exports?
Well, the standard is very clear, and I said this earlier, that transitional gas means it's basically going to play either it's capturing all the emissions and can meet the highest standard, or it's going to have a problem. Now, gas is, if you're switching gas for coal or you're switching gas for oil, you get an immediate bigger reduction in emissions. Our goal by 2030, according to the science, is to have a minimum 43% reduction, or better if we can, and by 2050 to be at net zero. The only way you can get there is either by not producing the emissions or capturing them. That's it. So as we come into 2030, we will know pretty well where we are with the technologies, whether there's a CCUS breakthrough or not a breakthrough. So I believe that if you're going to live, and this is the requirement in this agreement here in Dubai is that any source of a transitional fuel has got to be aligned with 1.5 degrees. That means they're going to play either a limited role or temporary role while you're largely phasing out fossil fuels in the system over a period of time. But the technologies will help decide this, and the capacity, a fossil fuel company will tell you, we're going to capture the emissions. We're going to invest a lot in doing that now. So we're going to know fairly soon where we are. And the final comment on that, with the new technologies of tracing and tracking, we have satellite capacity on any given day, every hour and a half, the circulation of the planet, you can pinpoint methane leaks, you can pinpoint and determine carbon dioxide footprints. So you can run, but you can't hide. I think people are going to be held accountable to what their footprints are and what the progress is. And a number of NGOs do that right now. Sorry. Go ahead.
Secretary Kerry, Martin Stew from ITV News in the UK. Now the world is committed to transition away from fossil fuels. Should countries like the UK reverse decisions to licence brand new coal mines, oil and gas?
Look, I can't get into any specific decision of any government without having all the ins and outs and where it's going and its track and so forth. But in principle, let me just say that everybody's going to have to evaluate the speed at which they can get on the track to accomplish these goals. That's why Xi and moi, on behalf of China, and I in the United States said that we are going to do what we did previously and call on other countries to evaluate your long-term strategy, because your long-term strategy demand is now very clearly 1.5 and being in sync with that.
Fiona Harvey from The Guardian. Mr. Kerry, we've seen the impact. We've seen the impact, sir, that you have had on these talks with China. Can I ask, please, if you had any meetings with the Saudi delegation bilaterally or with the presidency, and what impact that might have had, please? Thank you very much.
Did I have any meetings with?
Delegation.
Right. You mean when? In the course of the year, or?
Yeah, but what impact has that had on this outcome, please? Thank you.
Well, I don't know. You'll have to ask them. I can't judge that. But yes, I went to Saudi Arabia, just as I went to many other countries. Visited Riyadh, what was it, about a month ago, 2 months, somewhere in there. And we had a good discussion. I met with the head of Aramco. We had a very good discussion about the things that Aramco is doing to cut emissions and to be responsible. And then again here, I did have a meeting with His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, and so I mean, even this morning, in the course of everybody just moving around here and so forth. So you'd have to ask them whether, they were waiting to get rid of me and it had no impact at all, or whether there was some impact. I can't tell you. Get this pest out of here. Who knows?
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Sean Tandon with AFP, and happy birthday. Can I follow up just in your conversations with the Chinese? In terms of what you think the impact was of the United States and China of you doing the Sunnyland statement, how much do you think that brought this over the finish line, having that relationship with China? And you mentioned longer-term cooperation, longer-term talks. What does that mean? What are you going to do? And if I could just add, as you know very well,
let me make it clear that both of our presidents, President Biden, President Xi, addressed this issue in Bali and came up with a Bali understanding that they wanted to see China and the United States try to cooperate on a universally accepted humanitarian issue, global issue, a challenge to all of us, not a bilateral strategic question in terms of the South China Sea or other kinds of things. So we set out to try to do that, to try to separate other issues and focus on something that is not bilateral but is global, multilateral. We are the two largest economies in the world. We are the two largest emitters in the world. And we both agreed, Xi Jinping and myself. He's been an environmentalist. He was environmental minister. He's been at the NRDC. He's taught at Tsinghua University. He's been deeply involved in this issue for a long time. And he understands the issue very, very well. And he embraced the idea of our trying to find this different path. That's why we went to Shanghai. It's why we went to Tianjin. It's why we met in Europe several times the next year. And then, of course, there was a hiatus in our discussions because of the situation in Taiwan. But we came back together. And we know that no matter how committed we are to this issue, if we can't move fast enough, all of us, and we can't generate more effort in other countries, we can't win this battle. We have to. Every big emitter, every big economy has got to be part of this solution. That's why President Biden hosted the Major Economies Forum. And out of that forum came the methane sprint. And out of that forum came, a number of other initiatives. So we've been trying to do our part to accelerate activity everywhere on the planet. And I think it has made some difference. Now, China is not where it was on energy a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. China is manufacturing more renewables than any country in the world. They're deploying more renewables than all the rest of the countries put together. And it is clear to us, as I think it is clear to China, that they're on a track to peak well before the earlier dates, and also that will move up the rate and what we did in Sunnylands, the fact that they're willing to deploy additional renewables with a view to reducing emissions in the 2020s will accelerate this trend to try to be ahead of time, if you will, on this schedule. So I can't tell you exactly what that schedule will be, but I can tell you there'll be several thousand, 2,000 plus, 2,500, 3,000, I don't know, gigawatts of new renewable power coming online in China. And so we need to, all of us, be accelerating our efforts to use renewables the way we can. Some countries are in big double digits of use of renewables. And they are also very industrialized countries, which proves to people you can have over 50% of your power sector dependent on renewable, excuse me, dry air here. You can have over 50% renewable and still have a base load capacity and energy security. So we are anxious to continue forward to try to prove, and that's the purpose of the working group. Can one learn one thing, other another? How do we accelerate all of us to help other countries?
Jennifer Deloy, Bloomberg News. You say countries will be judged at the next COP by how they are doing on the transition away from fossil fuels. And as noted, the U.S. is still opening new oil and gas fields, ramping up LNG exports. In Baku next year at COP29, how should the U.S. be judged if it continues and keeps this up?
Well, we should be judged on our pathway to reducing emissions. And we should be judged on our efforts to affect demand. There's very high demand for fossil fuel on a global basis. President Biden has a very clear strategy where he is focused on accelerating that transition at home. But at the same time, you've got to keep your economy moving in order to be able to keep folks with you and supportive of the transition, as well as to be able to fund it and effected in an orderly, just way. And the president's very focused on making sure it's a just and orderly transition. So yeah, for a year or two, you may, meeting the demand, pump up, but at the same time, look at the number of battery companies, look at the amount of electric vehicles.